when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down
down
when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, different rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Yes, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth, only since for seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta show them. We got no cry. We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go,
the kings, it's an honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. We made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not
no stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are.
My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell him who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's Battlefield, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Guess we're gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have a night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I'm gonna show them, we got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Guess we're gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the KPL Summer 2025 Playoffs. My name is Sagi, and alongside with me will be your favorite kind of tofu, Mr. Kim Tofu, that will be bringing you the English broadcast of today's KPL Summer Playoffs. How are you feeling here, Ken?
Very good. This is going to be an exciting day. We're going to have a best of 7 once again. We're very happy to welcome you back. And today we're going to have Wolves Esports going up against Weibo Gaming. And this one is going to be a big series.
It will indeed be a big series here. It is the lower bracket semifinals. We're talking about all of the days, all of the months of the KPL Summer. They all built to this exact moment here. Whoever loses in this lower bracket best of 7, they will be sent home immediately and they will not be able to challenge TTG in the lower bracket finals here. So the stakes are insanely high in this.
Yes, very high, right? And I think one of the things we need to watch out today is there's many more lessons coming in from the KPL region, right? There's going to be changes in the way that items have worked. Now you have double active items available for usage, and also we have a huge roster of heroes that are available only in KPL for the time being. And I'm so excited to learn more today.
I'm so excited to learn more, just like you mentioned. Especially we have the Master Luban combos, we have all these different Clash laners and all these engaged roamers that we don't regularly see in the global server here. So KPL will be one of the pinnacle places to learn about HOK Esports because they have so many years of extra experience alongside with so many arsenal of these hero picks here. I am so excited to bring this series live with you here.
Yes, I mean we take a look at KWC, right? We came back from there, we got a peek into AG as well as Talent Gaming TTG, and now we get another form of KPL teams, which is the Wolves Esports team along with Weibo Gaming, right? So I think there's a lot of action to be had, but it's not just the players. I want to take a look and peek inside the minds of the coaches as well when we head into the BP phase.
BP will be very different compared to what we have in the global here. Yes, you still play with the global ban pick and you still play with the ultimate battle when you go to the game number 7 here. The difference here is every game, every series you play in the playoffs of KPL Summer 2025, you are playing in a best of 7 format here. So it is not about winning the first 2 games, it is about planning, strategizing for the long con of game 7, of being the first team to hit that 4 points mark.
Yes, definitely. I mean, okay, maybe we have different experiences with different coaches. I feel like, hey, first 2 games, you want to win them, right? You want to make sure that you have a 2-0 lead and then hopefully you can close the day with a 4-0. But this is KPL, right? All teams are strong, all teams have a comeback factor, and it really depends on their mental state and the tools that are given to them in that particular match itself, right? A couple of things that has been changed already, like now the meta is Youngjin and Dolia. This combination is super huge.
Oh yeah, it's super huge, and especially in the KPL version that they are playing, Youngjian has been revamped into this hero where he has this passive that allows him to transform into a better state. So a lot of these changes will affect how Honor of Kings will be played in the KPL state with different drafts, different heroes. It will make the game extra spicy, especially in the best of 7 series.
And I think, not just KPL teams, the global teams have also leveled up, right? Taking reference to the KPL players, KPL strats as well. So today, I think we will see a lot more cleaner strategies, cleaner execution. Number one, what kind of invasions do they do? Do they go for the camps? Do they go for the space sprite? How do they rotate? That 4-minute mark is so important for teams now because we know that's the first neutral objective on the map. The Tyrant buff, so huge for team fights.
So huge for team fights, especially when you pick it up. It means that you have additional wave clear and you have additional damage to win out these team fights. And if you want to go for the Tyrant here, okay, you get the Tyrant. What's next? You get to formulate these invades towards the enemy jungle camps, be it the wild boars, be it the red buff, blue buff here. So getting that Tyrant, yes, it's not to say like the biggest lead in terms of gold, but the power in terms of combatability allows you to get more options in dominating the map.
Yes, and I like the fact that all the teams now, especially the global teams, they have learned this very signature trait from KPL teams, which is they now do gold sharing, right? Everyone goes in the jungle, helps out their jungler, they get the EXP, they get the gold, and they just form up this very strong composition as a team, no longer just that one sole member where, hey, give me all the farm. I mean, some teams still do it, but we'll see how this goes.
I love gold sharing, like you funnel so much gold into your primary carries. It can be your mid lane, it can be your clash lane, jungle or farm lane. Not the support though, not the roamer though. Even though we love our roamers though, but they don't really get most of the gold attention, right? So you get to funnel all these gold into your primary carries. It all depends on what draft you go for, right? If it's a tank top laner, like a clash laner, you tend to give up farm towards the jungle assassin, vice versa, right? So it all comes down to what these coaches with Wolf Esports and Weibo Gaming have prepared coming into this best of 7. That is so important in making sure that they stay alive in this playoffs gauntlet.
Yes, I mean, you definitely want a secondary chance, right? Wolves Esports, have they performed the best so far? They have managed to beat quite a lot of teams in KPL. But the dream for them here, for both teams, is we want to go up against AG in that grand finals, because yesterday AG won their series 4-2 against Talent Gaming, and now they sit atop the winners bracket waiting for the next challenger.
But hey, if you want to make it to the grand finals, you gotta make sure you make it through the lower bracket semi-finals, and winning this allows you one step closer to that grand finals. Before that, you will have to face TT in that lower bracket finals here, so it's still a long way before they can claim themselves a spot in the grand finals with AG.
It's no easy task, right? We've already seen the two teams, Talent Gaming as well as AG. They were very dominant in the KWC playoffs and coming in, showing everyone what top tier quality HOK is. And now Wolves or Weibo Gaming, they have to try their best to edge it out in this best of 7 and maybe take a win against TTG to meet AG in that grand finals.
Ooh, it will be a difficult step for both of these two teams here. Blood, sweat, and tears for multiple months in the KPL Summer all leads to this final few days in determining who is that champion of the KPL 2025 Summer season here, Kin. My goodness. Just thinking about back-to-back best of sevens to crown a eventual champion, that brings so much hype into our HOK esports ecosystem.
Yeah, and it's all best of sevens, right? So it's going to be a long drawn battle. And I think, we have, 3 days worth of series to go through. Right now, we're in the lower bracket semifinals for our KPL team. So Wolves Esports against Weibo Gaming. After that, we'll have the lower bracket grand finals. Whoever wins today will go up against Talent Gaming, or as we know it from KWC, TTG. And that's going to be a very interesting one, because then we get to explore what kind of synergies they want to show to the world. Because now, KPL is for global audiences as well.
It is for global audiences as well. That's why we are here bringing you the English feed, English broadcast for us to consume content on how these KPL teams, why are they deemed the best? Why were they crowned the KWC champions due to their outstanding and dominating performances? Now, with this English broadcast, we can teach you a lot. We can share a lot of experience with you on how these teams really perform and why are they so strong with their gameplay.
Okay, so we'll introduce the teams as they come in, right? They have their introductions. We'll walk you through all of the different players, their roles, and what so have you. But I think we can start off with a little teaser, right? We have two FMVP junglers on both sides, right? So which one do you want to start with first? You want to start with Wolves Esports, or you want to start with Weibo Gaming?
I gotta say, if we look at recency bias here, Wolf Esports pay the FMVP holder, it will be Pang. So definitely Pang will be the pinnacle point for Wolves Esports to play out this matchup.
So let's take a look at the introductions. We will introduce Wolves Esports first. Let's take a look at the players as they take the stage in this best of 7. You have the full roster over here. Now, Pang is the second from the left. That is the jungler. Instead question here, will he perform his best?
Will he perform his best? He will have to bring his best here. This is the time to show what you have trained for the entire few months in this KPL Summer 2025 season. This is the time to showcase that you are the FMVP jungler you are.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I want to be at a stadium as well. I want to shake their hands. I want that high five. But of course, we will take it one step at a time, because Wolves Esports, they also have to take things slowly but surely.
Slowly and surely, just like our best of 7 series here. Every win, every draft will contribute to that best of 7 success here. And look at the stadium here, kid. Fully packed with Wolves and Weibo fans all around the world just to witness the eventual winners out of this series here. And mind you, they travel stadium to stadium, to venue to venue, each stage of the tournament.
Yeah, this is something I really enjoy, right? So every single fan from every single province, every single city is able to take part in the action, right? And of course, we will have Weibo Gaming take the stage as well. They are the second contenders in this semi-finals of the lower brackets today. Weibo Gaming, they have really impressed me so far, right? Taking their own wins 4-1. In fact, I think you mentioned before, both teams have taken a 4-1 win to reach this stage of the game.
They indeed took the 4-1 victory right before this upcoming series. Wolves Esports wins against Kuaishou Gaming KSG in a 4-1 fashion, and also Weibo Gaming, the players right now on your screen, they took the 4-1 victory against LGD as well here. Also, for Weibo Gaming, their jungler, WB Lin Hung, he is also one of the FMVP players in the jungle role. So today's matchup will feature both of these two FMVP junglers of the KPL in an epic showdown of a best of 7.
Yes, and I mean, we've already mentioned that they are both FMVP jungles, right? So it's assassin based. We have the Ching versus the Pei. This is a very classic matchup, and this means we are looking at a tanky lineup as well. Or they can double down and go for the instant aggression. So we'll see how this goes as we announce both teams. Here's the arrival and a bang to start the day off.
A bang to start the day off, confetti's raining in the stadium where the fans, where the players reside. 2 teams comes in today, only one team will advance to the eventual finals against TT Global in the lower bracket.
So let's take a look at a video of the teams. So these are your players on the side of Weibo Gaming. You have Zimo, Linghen, Tingyue, Max, as well as Meng Si. On the side of Wolves, we have Return, Pang, Huan, Xiao, as well as Wan. So these 5 hopefuls from both sides will be taking their control. Hopefully, taking the first game of the series, set the tone for this best of 7.
Setting the tone, setting the mentality going into such a long stretch of a best of 7 will be a key factor here coming in for not just the players here, but also the coaches of these two teams here. If I'm not mistaken, both of these two coaches here, they are also championship coaches here, looking to further add that trophy into their bag here. But before adding that trophy, they will need to secure their survival in this lower bracket semifinals here, kid.
Okay, so let's try to cosplay as the coaches for a while, right? So if you're the coach on either side, right, what's the first game mentality? Do we go in strong, go in hard, we pick the meta 0 picks and try to win the game, or do you want to take it slow and kind of test waters first?
Ooh, that will be quite interesting because different teams have different playstyles here, but if I was a coach, I would definitely draft a comfortable set 1 kind of composition, allowing my team, my players, to get that momentum, get that confidence going into such a long stretch of a series. So game 1, like you mentioned here, yes, we don't have to commit to all these tier 1 picks here because picks will be expended in the global ban pick here, but allowing my players to really play a game in terms of their confidence level will be a key factor here coming into the series.
Yep, so let's take a look at the players once again. That was Return, the first player to be shown, and we have Pang, the jungler, FMVP pay jungler on the side of Wolves Esports. We'll be moving on to, I presume, the mid lane over here. Let's take a look at who this is. And yes, this will be the mid laner. This is Huan. And he has been on a tear recently, right? The team synergy coming out from Wolves Esports, I think, has been pretty clean. Unfortunate they find themselves in the lower brackets, but definitely still something they can work their way out of. Let's move on. We also have Xiao here. He is the new farm laner mainstay for the side of Wolves, taking the place from Trek, who used to be the main farm laner on the side of Team Wolves Esports. And of course, our last player, the roamer, also known as One. I like to call him number 1 because he has been great so far.
Yeah, number 1 is the roamer in our hearts here. That is how we cherish our roamers in Honor of Kings here. And look at the venue here, packed with fans to witness this epic finale here. And on the flip side here, we have the roster coming in for Weibo Gaming here. We have Zimo coming in the Clash lane for the side of WB. And also moving forward will be Lin Heng, their FMVP jungler, coming in for the side of Weibo's roster here. This man is one of the crowned best junglers coming in for the entire KPL ecosystem here. His Jing is crowned to be one of the best so far coming to this tournament.
Yes, a very important marker, right? And of course, we have Tingyue in the mid lane as well. He has been responsible for a lot of setups for the team of Weibo Gaming. Interested to see if he's going to do the same today against a very strong team that is in the form of Wolf Esports. We're going to go into the farm lane now, and this guy, he's called Max. And Max for a reason, because he brings the farm lane efficiency to the maximum so far, and he needs to play his best today, and the person who's going to be aiding him is none other than Meng Si. So Meng Si is a roamer for the side of Weibo Gaming, similar to his opponents in the form of One on the side of Wolf Esports. The both of them have been really consistent in making sure that the lives of their teammates are not at risk, not at peril. So I'm curious to see who is going to be able to step up and edge out in this first game of the best of 7.
Ooh, talking about edging out all these kind of things, right? You talk about roamers and the importance of having a decent roamer here. Why is roamers so important in HOK? It's because it provides so much vision here. You need to get the vision line pushed up and allow your teammates to play with an ease of mind. Knowing where the enemy is a key point in playing roamer, and also making the big plays, engaging on enemy core carries. Roamers can go from healing, shielding, engaging, vision providing, so much role in terms of this roamer role for one player.
Yes, it's not that simple, right? You know, whatever that we normally see on screen, there's so many things that are working behind the scenes as well, right? And one of the things that I really love about KPL is the fact that they have those heart rate monitors. And, you know, one thing you I think you should definitely take a notice is whether the chair is shaking on that player. Because your legs tell you the story of the true feelings of the players. When you're shaking your legs, you're kind of feeling unease and a bit of tension. So far, not a lot of tension from both teams. I'm curious to see whether they can keep this calm and composed mindset going into game number 1.
It's still game number 1, right, kids? So maybe they're still chilling, they're still bantering around with their teammates here, talking about what they had for dinner yesterday night. But as soon as we go into game, you will see those heart rate monitors skyrocket for some of these players here.
Yes, like I think the average heart rate has been probably around like 150 BPM, and that's quite high, right? So, I mean, these are the tense moments in the games, you know, when there is a huge objective to be fought for. We'll take a look, right? In that first minute, does any of these two teams go for the initial invade into the Crimson or the Azure Golems, or do they try to force their way into the Clash lane, get control of the space sprite and get that teleportation portal down, because it aids in the rotation speeds for both of these teams.
Like, that's the key thing we are talking about here, right? So when we talk about all these rotations here, we gotta take some form of light onto these role or lane swaps here. Especially when you see, like, if it's not a favorite matchup for the farm lane, we oftentimes will see the marksman and support rotate towards the clash lane at level 1 so they can get that control and get that river sprite early game here. Trading resources is a fundamental in this game. And what are resources here? In the first 4 minutes, we're talking about space sprites, we're talking about firehawks, we're talking about jungle camps. All this is the contention point for both of these two KPL teams between Weibo Gaming and Wolves Esports.
Yes, and you definitely need the right tools for the right job, right? So at this point, both coaches, I think they really need to play at their best. And at the start of every battle, it's a mind game, right? If you don't know this, don't worry, we'll run you through it. So the coach on the side of Team Wolves Esports is SK. This guy has been famous for being one of the biggest brains in the world of HOK, especially in KPL region. Now this side, we're taking a look at Coach Lin. He has also been an absolute monster in the BP game, and I'm curious to see, in this battle of minds, who is going to equip their team with a better composition.
Compositions, planning, game pre-plan, all of this comes from these two big brains here that will be presenting us shortly the first game draft of this best of 7 series here. And it will commence right now with starting the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, let's take a look at the win rate so far. On the blue side, Wolf Esports having a 50% win rate. So it's kind of a risk here, 50-50 chance. But Weibo Gaming on the red side, 66%. A little higher. Maybe this is their preferred side for now. But Wolves Esports, they start off with the higher band. One of the strongest kits available is she's able to lock someone in her Mirage, her ultimate, which means you're playing 4v4.
You're playing 4v4, and in that Mirage, Haiyue gets a burst of cooldown reduction on her spells. She is so strong in that 1v1 setup or in that zoning potential here. If you want to make the game tough, you will have to ban away the Haiyue here, because Haiyue, when you go against all these melee assassins, all these melee engagers, she's gonna be a big threat here. And outside of Weibo Gaming here, the Yang Jian we were talking about in the pre-game discussion will be banned out as well for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Okay, so do we see the initial pick on the Cat Boom, right? Cat Boom, definitely one of the meta zero picks. I think Wolves Esports, they've opened the door up. Very good poke, absolutely insane damage as well, right? Very capable of stealing those jungle camps away with that last hit on the bombs as well. So let's see, Wolves Esports, they have an open door for the Cat Boom. Do they want to take it, or do they go for the Arlie?
Ooh, do they go for the Cat Boom, or do they go for the Master Luban and Luban number 7 combo here? Because Mai Shiranui and Jing both have been banned out here. Instead, it will be the FMVP skin here being unleashed on the side of Pang here. His pay is the hero that he got FMVP on, and that is on your screen right now. Weibo Gaming, they have a lot of choices here on the table here, like you mentioned, the Cat Boom, the Arlie. All these picks are up and available. It will be the Cat Boom to match the early aggression of the pay in case of any jungle invasion.
Yes, and it looks like Weibo Gaming, they want to go for the Master Lupan and Lupan combination, right? This is a stock standard in KPL. With the latch coming in from Master Lupan, you're able to reposition your teammates, specifically Lupan number 7, so you're able to get a lot of poke damage in without taking too much risk. Now, the question here is, do they pick up that Guan Yu? Nope, they will go for the Fatih first, and this is going to be a great pick for the side of return. He is known as one of the strongest clash laners in KPL, and this is a flex pick, right? This Yi Huan can go into so many different places, but I'm presuming it's going into the roam.
It might be the roam or the mid lane here, so we will have to see what kind of flex pick they are really utilizing with this Yuan pick here. But on side Weibo Gaming here, they do not go for the Luban number 7 with the Master Luban combo. Instead, they lock in the Byron to match against Return's Fatih in towards the Clash Lane here, because one thing's for sure, if you do not match this early tempo being posed by this pick here, you will have a big issue going into the early phase. And Quay has been banned from the side of Weibo Gaming.
I love this. Okay, so why is Quay banned, right? Quay is banned because he's able to kind of reposition your opponents with that hook. And this is very dangerous. And Wolves, oh no, they take out the Luban number 7. So Weibo, I mean, okay, look, Master Luban works with any marksman in this particular game. So I don't think it's the biggest kind of deficit for Weibo Gaming, but it would have been nice to get a Luban number 7.
It would have been nice, but still, like you mentioned, right, Master Luban, he functions as a safety net for all these marksmen that we love to play here. Those marksmen that have no mobility, such as the Ho Yi, such as the Alessio here, all of them, or even the Garo, can work well with the Master Luban here. So, banning out the Luban is one of the best combos because of how strong Luban is in terms of breaking down tanks, in terms of doing damage based on enemies' percentage health here. So, the best pick, yeah, it's been banned, but there's still options here coming in for the Master Luban for the farm lane.
Okay, so they take away the Flowborn tank coming in from the side of Wolves Esports as well, and this is going to be a huge marker, right? So they want to make sure they have the best possible farm lane matchup, and they need one more tank coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? You want to be able to hold this Tiger off, and bear in mind, this is a FMVP Pang Tiger.
Ooh, Diren J has been matched again. Now, based on this first 4 picks, yes, you want to match Pang's early game tempo onto this player, and what better way is supreme lane dominance here coming in from the picks such as Diren J, such as the Byron, such as the Cat Boom here. All this, they have such strong early to mid game here, but my worry here is Weibo Gaming. Where does your late game come from? Who will be your jungle late game safety net?
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, most of the time in KPL, if you're going up against a Tiger, a Pei in this case, you definitely want to take a tank jungle, right? Provide that screen, that wall, so that your farm laner will not be touched on the side of Weibo Gaming, as well as the mid player. So Ting Yue, as well as Max, the two of them need to be protected. And right now, I think it's going to be a very tough decision for them, because Wolves Esports, they pick up the Lianpo as well, and there's high burst potential in this lone pick. So a lot of big win conditions coming out from Wolves, but Weibo Gaming, they go for the Ogren.
They go for the Ogren here, so that's the late game safety net here. He is extremely strong here. Well, Weibo Gaming, if we look towards the draft here, they're playing this composition that spikes extremely hard when all of them hit that 2 to 3 items power spike here, especially the Diren J, especially the Byron here. Once they hit that 8-minute mark here, they will pace up the game extremely fast towards the Shadow Tyrant here. On the side of Wolves Esports, however, the late game safety net comes from both of these two side laners here. Yes, they are weaker in terms of the laning stage, but if you give them enough time here and they are unharmed in that early to mid stage there, they will be exceptionally strong scaling towards the mid game.
Yes, Wolves Esports, you know, their composition, it can look like a death ball, but I think if they really become a death ball, until they have a financial and itemization advantage, going a death ball strategy against Weibo Gaming, not good at all, right? Weibo Gaming, in fact, this composition invites them to group up, because when they're grouped up, you have maximum value in the form of like the Death Precipice, the swipe coming in from the Ogren, with the heals as well, definitely beneficial for them. And Mengxi on this roam for this Master Luban will love it when they group up together, because that increases the maximum capacity and value of his ultimate as well. He's able to latch everyone and pull them to death's door. And you know, Zemo, his Byron, everything works in close proximity.
The 3v3, the 4v4 early game skirmishes, just from what you mentioned, coming from Weibo Gaming sounds insanely strong here. So, Wolves Esports, the first game here, you gotta be thinking here, I do not have enough damage to take out this Ogren and Byron combo in the early game here. So, Pang will have to do an exceptional job in avoiding these teamfights and pacing, making sure that Xiao and Return on these two mid to late game carries get to scale into the fruition here. The jungle tempo is exceptionally important in this game number 1.
Okay, so let me give you a choice here. Look, for Wolves Esports and Weibo Gaming, if there is a lane you must shut down, which lane will you shut down?
Ooh, okay. for the side of Wolves Esports, the moment you shut down Pang in the first 4 minutes, their gameplay is immensely difficult to play from that point onwards. For the side of
Fully
Weibo
agree.
Gaming, however, if you lock Ting Yue in place, not allowing this Cat Boom to roam around the map, not allowing this Cat Boom to affect the strong side lane on the side of Max and Zimo, then you will have such a comfortable gameplay here coming in for Wolves Esports that will defeat Weibo Gaming's mid-game team composition that they prize so heavily in this game of 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think at this start of the match, right, that space sprite is definitely going to be the first marker of success for both teams. You want the initial fast rotation because both junglers, right, both Orgrin as well as the Pei, played by Ling Heng as well as Pang, respectively, look, they are going to benefit off of having a level and EXP advantage, right? They will be having backline access. Both heroes are very mobile. They're able to touch the backlines without much difficulty. But that remains to be seen. The coaches will shake hands. Game number 1 is underway.
Coaches shake hands, the game will be commencing soon as we see one more time the current Game 1 draft between Wolves Esports and Weibo Gaming here. I gotta say here, Ken, the first game draft, we are already seeing paid FMVP user Xiao Pang already locking in his signature pick here.
I'm curious to see what is the first play here, right? Do they go for the invade or do they rush for that clash lane engage? This is going to be a numbers advantage in the early starts of the game. And I'm curious to see, right? Wolves and Weibo Gaming, both of them we know as big giants in the world of KPL as well as the world of HOK. Now, it is step by step, we'll see who's able to take the lead. On your blue side, we have Wolves Esports. On the red side, we have Weibo Gaming.
Well, we gotta find out, but before that, let's look at the crowd. And standard start here coming in from both of these two teams here. Okay, we see a 2v2 already commencing towards the bottom side here. So both of these two teams here, they're not looking for these crazy lane swaps that we have been seeing on the past few days here. They are looking to beat their opponent in a 2v2 showdown and a 1v1 showdown respectively.
Yes, you can already start to see, right? Both teams actually stopping the engages and camp steals coming in. Very smart move from both teams right now. Firehawk at risk, can they get it?
Oh, it goes over to the side of Wolves 1 here, and Mengxi gets almost taken down by the downpour coming in for the side of Xiao's Long here. So, flash for flash being committed from both ends here, but Wolves Esports comes out on top as they burn 2 flashes coming in for Weibo Gaming while also securing that Firehawk in this early game.
Yep, and interestingly, Weibo Gaming actually has 52 first bloods in comparison to the 40 on the side of Wolves. So
it gets all each here, just like Wolves Esports right now. 600 already in this 2 minutes of the game.
And they're looking for more, right? This is why one is checking the jungle on the side of Weibo Gaming, making sure they don't have extra resources to be taken away. And right away, Ling Heng looking for that pushback. They want to get some free damage on their T1 in the back. They want to get some free damage on their T1 in the mid. But bear in mind, there is about 60 seconds before the first neutral objective. Any deaths here will not do any of these two teams good. They jump in, they want to force out the ultimate before the fight. They have made it successful. Xiao is not going to have too much fun in this 4-minute fight for the Tyrant.
Oh, that is so crucial here coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming here. Being able to force out Xiao's Long's ultimate here, that is a long cooldown spell. About 80 seconds if I'm not mistaken coming into this early game.
Yeah, and take a look at that stat, right? 8,500 close to, right? At the 10-minute mark in terms of farm for the side of Wolves Pang. Let's see whether they can achieve that today, because if he gets that goal lead, the rest of the side of Weibo Gaming is not going to have fun. Ling Heng definitely can survive, but the members like Ting Yue, like Max, they're going to be really concerned.
Concern will be the primary thing here coming from both these two teams here, as we see a collapse here coming to the top side here to take control of this River Sprite here. Yet another River Sprite goes into the pockets of Weibo Gaming here, as they do seem like the team to control most of these early game objectives here, Ken.
They have to, right? Because at this point, that rotation is going to make a lot of difference in this 4-minute fight, but it looks like they want to force a couple more ultimates out. They do get the ultimate from Juan, so no more unending sorrow for the side of Wolves in this 4-minute fight, and it looks like this is going to be a great start. Weibo Gaming looking for an opening. Mengxi is just going to check the brushes at this point and see how do they formulate this plan. The timing does not fit for both teams, so it's going to be buffs for the side of Linghen, but Wolves Esports, they start with the Tyrant.
Tyrant has been started for the side of Wolves Pang here. We see an engage being tried on by Mengxi onto this pick here, but on the cross map here, 2 members of the side of Wolves Esports decide to bully Zimo onto this Byron here. Hence, the stun goes through, gets the first blood onto Zimo to start off the series.
Big first blood coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, but they had to trade the Tyrant for it. So is it a worthwhile trade? Because for the next 70 seconds, this is going to be Weibo Gaming in advantage.
Hey, we got a first blood, and we got a kill, and we got more of these gold funnel into the player that we mentioned, which is Return. This Fatih needs so much gold to perform here, and an engage goes through bottom side once again.
Yep, they commit quite a lot, but it's just to push them back. They want a T1 at the bottom, and it's going to be successful for...
The engage goes through bottom side once again.
Yep, they commit quite a lot, but it's just to push them back. They want a T1 at the bottom, and it's going to...
Already completely ruptured between both these two teams here. So far, Wolves Esports having a very decent early game, even though they dropped a considerably weaker lane in terms of the clashing and farm lane.
True. I mean, this is where numbers advantage comes in, right? So with 1,000 goal lead on the side of Wolves Esports, they might have overstayed their welcome, though. Weibo Gaming looking for an opening, but these 2 members, pretty hard to catch. They might have to sacrifice one here. It's a 5-on-1. He is gone. And with that, they actually funneled the kill into Zumo here, and this is a good recovery for the side of Weibo Gaming. They still do not get rid of that 1,000 gold deficit, but it's something they need to do.
One with the accidental flash towards the wall here, and on your mini screen towards the bottom side there, we see Pang holding the most gold in the game at the 6-minute 40-second mark with 5,000 gold here. And on the cross map, we see Return once again getting that tower here. Unhindered farm tempo here for this Fatih here. So this early game, once again, we gotta mention this. Weibo Gaming drafting such a strong double laner here in the clash and farm lane here, but unable to find the lane winning push here. So this will really commit that consequence here later on if this Long or Fatih scales exceptionally well towards the mid game.
Yeah, the biggest issue for them is, look, Xiao has not been taken down at all in this game as well. So Weibo Gaming, this is a huge concern. They need to find some other form of advantage. And for now, no invades have been successful just yet. Weibo Gaming, this could be a punish. They're looking for that latch as well. The save comes in from Mengxi. They will be able to walk away unscathed for now.
Unscathed for now, map pressure here being committed by both these 2 teams here. We see Xiao casually pushing out waves at nearing the T2 tower here, getting that first rotation towards the mid lane here. Right now, we see the IQ watch heart rates here coming in at 135 for Lin Heng already onto this Ogren.
Yep, one, look at his heart rate. He's preparing for battle at this point, 145 BPM, and this is not looking good. Weibo Gaming, they have not found an answer right yet. And Wolves Esports, you can see the way they're playing the map, right? That solo push from Xiao on this Loom has been successful. Got a couple of licks in on that bottom T2. But right now, Juan is in danger for the moment. Will be able to walk it out safely for now.
And this is why like Pei is so prized in terms of being such a strong pick in the global scene and also the KPL scene, right? But hold on a moment though, Juan gets blown apart!
Yep, another pull. There's a big ultimate coming in from Mengxi. They get the double on the side of Weibo Gaming. There's more to be had, but Xiao comes in with a save. Gets the kill on the max as well. They do take the T1. Weibo Gaming still in advantage. They did force out the Infinite Vases. They're very low. Can they get more? Weibo Gaming looking for that finisher on to Return. Not gonna find that, but there is more to be had. The jungle is open.
The jungle is open here. Mengxi grabbing Pang's Pei into the arms of Weibo Gaming, immediately annihilating whatever lead Wolves Esports had prior to that team fight. And dropping that mid tower is so a crucial kill. And let's check out the replay of what exactly happened here. Juan onto the Yu Huan here. Doesn't expect the gold card here coming in for the side of Max Diren, yet immediately getting blown up here. And look at this re-engage here coming in from Mengxi's Master Luban here. As of this point, even if we lose Max onto this Diren J, the damage has been done. The mid tower has been taken down for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, the fact that Ting Yue actually got that solo kill on the Juan in the first part of the fight was very critical because then there was no unending sorrow, there was no heals coming in for the side of Wolves Esports, and that's why they lost that fight big time, right? And also, if you take a look at Xiao's positioning, he wanted to get more damage onto the T2 turret in the bottom. Was it the correct choice? I think it was, but the timing was just a little bit too late. He arrived into the fight, and by then, Weibo Gaming already had the advantage.
This all started from that one Direnjie ultimate, that Divine Judgment landing onto Juan, immediately annihilating her. And right now, the map state is back to an equal footing as the first Shadow Tyrant of our best of 7 series between Wolves and Weibo has been spawned onto the map here. But Pang seems like he wants to avoid this fight as he started the Shadow Vanguard silently.
Yep, all the ultimates are available. Right now it's about burning the resources, right? What can they do? And they found out that, hey, they are sneaking away that Shadow Overlord. So they will be successful on the side of Wolves. And now this is going to be map pressure for the side of Wolves Esports. Can they do something with this Shadow Overlord?
Shadow Overlord has been spawned towards the top side here. If this Tyrant goes into a long con here, we won't be seeing a lot of structural damage being dealt by the side of Wolves Esports due to the wave state here. But a fight might be breaking through right now.
Yeah, they're pushing away. Can they get the steal? They want to get the kills instead. It will be secured by Beijing Weibo Gaming, but it's not going to be good news for them. Max is taken down as well. They go on a 4v1 on the bottom side. They get the execute onto one, but it's a roam for the life of a farm laner for the side of Weibo Gaming. Is that a good trade at all?
It is a good trade because it's a 2-for-1 exchange here. An overextension here coming in from Return and one for the side of Wolf Esports here. Yes, you got the farm lane here, but so much spells committed here just to take down Max onto this Direnjie here. And this Overlord push here is to no avail, being negated right now. Weibo Gaming, they have the Tyrant and they can push you in this game.
Yep, another fight, right? But I think taking the T2 is a great job by the side of Wolves Esports. In terms of finances, we're neck and neck, right? There is going to be an attempt on the steal coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, and I think they might... No, they didn't get it, right? It went in the hands of Xiao.
It went to the hands of Xiao. It is very important for a farming to pick up the Crimson Golem because it gives you that true damage and the ability to kite and fly slow towards the enemy units. So, giving that over to Long that on your screen went towards the Eternity Blade, went towards the Shadow Ripper into the Daybreaker. It is the auto attack build that he needs to take out Lin Heng and Zimo on these beefy tanks.
Yep, and Lincoln actually leading that finance at this point as they try to catch onto Xiao here. They're chasing in. Can they get the ultimate? He has to be using his ultimate at this point. Xiao takes to the skies with the dragon form with the infinite vases. And Weibo Gaming, they're looking for an opening here.
Yeah, that might be just something that you need for the side of Weibo Gaming here because Infinite Vases being committed by the side of Xiao here allows Meng Xi, this Master Luban, to find these engage angles because look at that, Fidget Charge already completed on this Master Luban. He will be looking for these aggressive engages onto these backline targets.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give up the T2. This is Max taking full value. Like we mentioned before, this guy really extracts everything away from the map, and Weibo Gaming in a decent lead right now. They do have a slight gold advantage, but the itemization advantage, like you mentioned, is what's gonna change the game. This Frigid Charge, I'm so curious whether Meng Xi will get that initial stun.
And this Augur on the side of Lin Heng, 30% damage jump and 28% damage tank just on this one hero here coming in the side of Weibo Gaming. It's just atrociously nuts. So much value from one pick here.
Yeah, look, the early start they wanted from the pay pick not working out so far. And Weibo Gaming, they're putting the pressure in. One is taking quite a bit of damage here. They need a little bit more support. But the true target is Pang. He has been caught out. There's Precipice. The swipe comes in the slow as well. They're looking for that ultimate. Meng Xi jumps in, does not hit the mark. They have successfully pushed him back. Wolves Esports, they survive. But at what cost?
Oh, at least the waves are delayed thanks to Pang's bravery in terms of pushing out the Clash Lane here right now. 10 seconds, then we will see the Shadow Overlords being respawned once again. So the upcoming objective will be the Shadow variants once again here. So this is the fighting point for both of these two teams here. But right now, Weibo Gaming, they take the initiative as they start the Shadow Overlord.
Okay, Xiao does have the Siegebreaker, right? The most damaging item in the game. But the issue now is that they have not been able to find the backlines of Weibo Gaming. And Weibo Gaming, they have successfully gotten that Shadow Overlord. They have a lot more map presence now. Let's see what is the decision here.
Well, the decision here for the side of Lin Heng is just to push forward and Juan onto Yuan. Exceptionally low in terms of mana here. That is a bit of a dangerous statistic that you do not want to see when the enemy team is preparing for this Shadow Tyrant take.
Oh, return. He wanted to get the catch onto Tingyue. Not gonna happen. At the same time, Xiao is gonna be looking for an opening. They get the setup. Tremor Smash onto the backlines as well. Where is all the damage? It is one who's taken down so low. And there's no kill. Ling Heng walked away safe from danger. And the turnaround may be happening on the side of Weibo Gaming. They're looking for an opening. Everyone is falling low. Wolves Esports, Unending Sorrow falls out as well. There is too much poke damage coming in from Weibo Gaming.
Too much poke damage, and we are looking at the side lanes here being committed for the side of Weibo Gaming here. Look at the clash lane right now. Overlords, Vanguards are marching down the high ground turret here. So this forces Juan on this Yuan to really recall and defend this base here. Weibo Gaming, they have the current control of the map state here. They can look for these engages for a 45.
Yep, so uncomfortable. He has to use the Tremor Smash as a defensive measure. Here comes that flash as well. So everything used up for one. And this decision to pull them in, baiting that, hey, we want to take the Tyrant, it's working out so far because Wolves, so many choices to make it. They have to give away this Tyrant because they have to defend that T3 on the top.
Wow, Weibo Gaming playing the map exceptionally well, utilizing the Shadow Vanguard, crashing the entire top lane, clash lane, allowing Weibo Gaming to get full control of this Shadow Tyrant while also removing any engaged threat from one on this Lian Po for the next 2 minutes.
Yes, I mean, this is a huge deficit for the side of Wolves Esports, right? Look, nobody has stopped Ling Heng from farming at this point. He is so tanky, did not have to commit the Blood Rage too many times in the fights. And that's a huge concern because Wolves Esports, they're trying to find that opening, but they have not found a single shred of a chance. They force out the Unending Sorrow. That's one huge ultimate down for the side of Juan. And this is not looking good. T2 in the mid, under pressure. They're going in for more. Can they force out the Infinite Vastness? Not going to be successful in doing so, but structural damage has been dealt. Weibo Gaming in full force in the mid.
Full force towards the mid right now, using the tokens to poke down the mid turret that will eventually fall right now. We see Lin Heng face tanking the turret here towards the mid lane here, and Max throwing one or two of these tokens, lowering to an execute threshold right now. We see the jungle once again being invaded due to the fact that Weibo Gaming currently holds so much map control over Wolves Esports in this game number 1.
Yes, it took them 16 minutes and 15 seconds to get that first high ground, but they have done it. So Weibo Gaming in a very decent position. So like we mentioned before, right? Oh, who are they supposed to go on? Because nobody's able to get past Zimor, nobody's able to get past Ling Heng. And this is a huge concern because when they try to dive in, Mengqi, like you mentioned, Frigid Charge, he's ready with that.
We have to see if it's someone to commit. It will be Wolves Return and Wolves 1 here, looking for those backline engages, especially onto Tingyue and Max here. We have to see this fatigue here. So far, yet to see a very big or flashy backline access here, but it's still fully slotted carries here on both these two teams here. We might just see that one miracle player come in from these KPL players.
I mean, that's what we hope, right? The Wolves Esports fans, they're praying for an opening, and the opening is for Weibo Gaming instead. They passed him back, they forced Juan back. They did not commit the ultimate, so it's okay. But right now, Xiao is in a pretty good position. Maybe get a free snipe. They have no vision on him right now, Weibo Gaming. Here comes Zimor. He's gonna try and scout out, does find the Dragon Boy out, and with that, they push him away. They secure the Shadow Overlord, and the jump comes in. One in danger. The flash committed as well? No, not gonna be committed just yet, but the damage coming in from Tingyue, just making the world so difficult to live in. On the side of Wolves Esports, this is going to be a first kill. Juan is down, one more to come, and that's going to be Weibo Gaming taking down 2 members on the side of Wolves Esports.
That's 2 members down, and right now Weibo Gaming, they have 4 members right in front of your base right now. We look at Return here. He's looking for a Hail Mary play. Will this flank be sufficient here? But the crystal is going dangerously low.
Okay, Return, he tries to pull them away, is successful in doing so. He buys some time, but he might have to give his life. Ultimate committed as well, but what good does that do? Absolutely nothing, because Weibo Gaming have taken down 3 members on the side of Wolves Esports, looking for more. Can they get Xiao? He has no flash, has no ultimate, and the base is right open. Crystal with the Vanguards opening. This is game number 1 as Weibo Gaming take it.
Weibo Gaming with the clean execution here. The Byron, the Ogron here, so beefy, so tanky here, and I gotta say, Mengxi on this Master Luban has been phenomenal with these key engages here. My goodness, what a way to start this best of 7 with such a banger of a game.
It's really a multi-pronged attack, right, coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming. So you have Mengxi, who is the pseudo tank for the side of Weibo Gaming. At the same time, I know we didn't talk about this much, but Tingye, this guy was just raining fire on the side of Wolves Esports, and there was no answer.
There was no answer for Cat Boom, this really cheeky cat with bombs, just poking you constantly, applying the healing reduction imperil effect onto you, and just running around with so much mobility here. Like, I gotta say, through the entire course of Game 1, we see one thing's for sure. For the side of Weibo Gaming, they locked the engage coming in from Wolves Esports so super well. We haven't seen a very good engage flank here coming in from Return or one on these core engagers. So, coming into game number 2, we will have to see how they fix this issue.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's pretty difficult because we talked about this during the BP phase, right? They have successfully made a giant stone wall in the front on the side of Weibo Gaming, and there was no answer. Tingye was having shots for free, Max was having shots for free on that D-Run tier, and the biggest problem was the fact that Mengxi was... Look, he's not a roam. This guy is a fisherman. He was fishing with the ultimate, getting those pullbacks, the latches onto the members of Wolves, and they consistently force out the important resources from Wolves Esports.
This is a different playstyle of Master Luban, right? We often see like, oh, if you're playing Master Luban, your job is just to stand behind, put out the latch, and pull people to safety, right? But Mengxi on this Master Luban, what a masterclass of a performance here. Being able to go on the defensive side, saving his teammate when needed, being able to go on the aggressive side, catching out these key members here. And I gotta mention, right, all these invented Vastas here being burned for the side of the marksman player of Wolves Esports, it was always due to the fight of these two players, Ling Heng and also Mengxi.
Yes, I mean the damage coming in, this is where the goal difference really matters, right? Because you need the itemization as well. But let's take a look at the stats right now. Look, the gold accumulation, 13,500 for Max. This guy was rich, but who's richer? Ling Heng on his jungle, nobody stopped him from farming.
Hey, take a look towards the left. Look at Pong's pay here, 14,000 as well here. But when the team composition doesn't allow you to be on the front end, especially against such an aggressive team comp, the death ball was on the hands of Weibo Gaming here. They were just going after kills, after kills, after kills. And we give some spotlight towards Tingye on this cap boom here. 31% damage dealt, 135k, but just by one single mid laner.
The biggest difference is Tingye on this Kaboom. His damage is AoE in comparison to what they were offering on the side of Xiao for Wolves, right? It was a single target damage. So there was much more value in this Kaboom for the side of Weibo Gaming. And you saw that value, right? They were forcing out the infinite fastness, they were forcing out the unending sorrows, the big ultimate, the save ultimates of both the Lung and the Yuhuan. And this one really goes back to the brain of Coach Lin on the side of Weibo Gaming. So smart.
So smart, so well committed and executed by the players as well. These are the statistics that you can see here. All these jungle resources has been secured by the hands of Lin Heng onto this all-ground here. The bottom part and the top part pulling edges, and this is the comparison that we talked about here. Cat Boom onto Tingye here. 100% kill participation and 1.7 gold to damage conversion here. That is nuts.
He had 4 times, if you look at the stat, he had 4 times the damage offered in comparison to what Juan was doing on the Yuhuan, and that's insane. This one really was a battle of range. And look, with all the strengths that were realized on the side of Weibo Gaming, this is where Wolves Esports, was it a bad draft? No, it wasn't. But the thing was, because of the difference in terms of what was available for them to use at the fights at different times, Weibo Gaming always had the upper hand.
And let's check our MVP player of game number 1 of this best of 7 series. It is none other than Lin Heng onto his Ogren coming in from Weibo Gaming here. And that's why you saved the last pick for Lin Heng in towards the jungle here, because he played exceptionally well, knowing his limits and knowing when to go forward here. 306 on the KDA, 28% damage dealt and 31% damage taken here. He does it all.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what the teams were saying during the game.
Alright, so this are one of these few plays, right? This one, he flashed towards the wall here. He missed flash here. If not, with the amount of mobility, he could have escaped here. But this is the key play here. The judgment landing onto Team Yue here. Immediate execution coming from Team Yue. And this one, what a pull coming in from Meng Xi's Master Luban here. Even if you get the follow-up kill onto Max, structural damage has been taken. And right now, you're just left it to dry here.
And bear in mind, this is a time of the game where actually Wolves Esports actually had the lead, right? And Meng Xi has been very successful in splitting the team fights when necessary, but also pulling the different members of Wolves coming in. And all this aids into, look, lifesteal coming in from Ling Heng, that auto-execute with that 10% on the CS state as well. This was what really made the difference in the fights. And they were consistently forcing out Wolves Esports to make the first defensive move.
The difference in DPS is major here, but let's check out what the players have to say in this upcoming match that we're facing.
沉睡的野兽觉醒啦！
我的耳返还得再大一点。
我与我
你玩我的水平，
战黄泉可以的，
这样吧，
可以拉本尊了，
还可以吧？
准备好了吗
？OK， 准备好了。
准备好了。
你准备好了吗？
准备好了吗？
给我欧跑，给我欧跑。
好了是吧？
这2天比赛不好打呀，老弟们。
不好打也要打。
不急不急。
放轻松。越这种情况越别着急，
放轻松，路还长呢。
对，有可能打满了就是14场。
对，我嘞。
谁上来就说。
先不着急挂脸，先不着急挂脸。
哎，一环，
老五，过来，老五，能踢。右边草草，OK，右边草草。能打，我左边拉。
往前打，往前。
龙门闪。龙就一个技能。
曹在看我，
打康龙的。
跟我。
带我。
曹操右闪。
小心。
我带你拉打曹的。
来，好抽。
龙没上我，兄弟们。联盟没闪没到手，曹没闪，接我这就走，曹没闪，兄弟。来跟着我打。龙没到。哎，龙，
把他上，
能追到兄弟，
解屁股，
能追到大手，他老五漏了，能追到大手。
联盟，
一路追，
华大连跑了，给练，给我练，联盟没闪，跟我，往前打，给个脸色，往前，联盟，
来看我，一环，来看我，
杀龙，
我龙发射，
我要回去管线了，
就中线，我们下路一波，就中路一波线，你管中就行了，
杀兄弟，来杀了，你看
，nice，下路。
You can see that they have a lot of respect from both teams here. Weibo was saying that, hey, today against Wolves is gonna be an insanely difficult matchup here, so let's just take it chill and let's play it piece by piece and game by game here. You can hear from that victory that they had, they were locked in and they were communicating so well in all these cooldowns and spells.
And I like this fact because not a lot of people get to see this, but this is why the mic check is so important, right? You really get to dive behind the scenes and look at what players are talking about, what they're focusing in team fights, as well as how they set up team fights properly for them. And I think clean compositions and clean communication has been the forefront of successful teams. So that's a great game 1. I want to see what's going to happen in game number 2 between these two giants.
Ooh, when you lose, you get side selection here. So Wolves Esports, is it to play on towards the blue side to play a specific team composition that you have in mind? Or is it to go towards the red side that we saw Weibo Gaming saving the last pick here for Lin Heng, and it had so much success coming into game number 1 for the side of Weibo Gaming here, because that Ogren was so crucial in all these games, hence he got the MVP title for game number 1.
Very important, right? And I think this is a double whammy for the side of Wolves Esports because, like you mentioned before, this is a FMVP pay coming in from Wolves, and the fact that they lost this game 1 with their signature pick, this is definitely going to hurt them in terms of their confidence, right? But Wolves is also known as a team that is able to recover well. They have brought many games into a full best of 7 series, so I'm excited to see what is this next step they're going to take, because Weibo Gaming, great job, game number 1 in the bag, but they need to do it 4 more times.
3 more times, right? 4-0.
3 more times.
Yeah, alright. But, okay, let's look at the draft, right? If you are Weibo Gaming, it was kind of a pretty expensive draft. You committed the likes of the Byron, the Ogren, Cat Boom, and even to the extent of the Master Luban here. So a lot of these team compositions being the Master Luban number 7 combo, you won't be seeing it until game number 7 Ultimate Battle here. Whether you can push your lead thanks to this game number 1 that we talk about here. Is it to win on the game number 1, to set the mood, to set the mentality straight here? Is it worth it to commit so many picks here? because you are playing a best of 7.
True. I think maybe we can consider. Let's try and dive into the minds of the coaches a little bit and see, right? I think at this point, let's play it safe. We go for the stock standard combinations. We have the standard combinations like the Princess Frost and Liang, which hasn't really shown up too many times in KPL so far. But I think it's a safe one because it's not a very expensive pick for the draft. But I'm curious to see what kind of thoughts that SK, the coach of Wolves Esports, will have.
That will be his job to really formulate a proper game plan and especially a winning draft for his team, right? Because suffering one loss at the starting game, it doesn't feel that good, but KPL players are a different breed here, and being a pro player, you will need a solid mental fortitude to be able to withstand the best of 7 or even in the future best of 9s.
That's true. Best of 9s are a different beast, right? Because you have to win 5 games in total to be able to win the entire series. And I'm just curious to see how this is going to play out because we know Pang coming in from Wolves as the top jungler, right? Okay, Pei didn't work out, but we know he has a very mean Ogren. We know that he can play both roles. Assassin jungle, no problem. Tank jungle as well is also no issue for the side of Wolves. I want to see what kind of composition do they go with. And like you mentioned before, the side pick, this is really important because it kind of dictates what kind of strategy you go with during BP.
So in game number 1, we see much more of a mixed team composition coming in from Wolves Esports here. Not to say a lot of team dive, and Pang was this facilitator of the side lane here. So game number 2, maybe putting him in on a tank such as the Augur like Ling Heng did, or even a semi-bruiser Jing build that we see with the Giant Script, might find more success because it gives you so much more proactiveness in looking for these engages, looking for these backline accesses here. So I want to see what kind of draft, like you mentioned, Wolves Esports SK have in store for game number 2 of the series.
I want to see Nako Ruru. Okay, we haven't seen her too many times in KPL so far, but she's definitely a tank shredder with the true damage that she offers as well. And I think Wolves is a team that can really pull this composition off, right? But then once again, look, MVP performance by Ling Heng was great, but I have to talk about Meng Xi as well. This guy on the roam has been really successful. You know, it was a hard battle because they didn't get the Lupa number 7 in that combination.
It was a hard battle, and especially like you mentioned, Meng Xi, he was so crucial with all these engages here. He was showing off his prowess with the Master Luban. So right now, coming into game number 2 here, I think if Dromer is the key factor for both of these two teams here, Kong might be one of the main priority here coming in for this draft.
Yeah, you know what? I love it that you said that. Kong is a nightmare for both teams and casters as well because he is just chaotic and I really love that. So let's see, Coach Lin is going to be on your left hand side of the screen. Once again, he will be representing the side of Weibo Gaming, and we have SK on the right hand side representing for Team Wolves. So once again, let's start with the Battle of the Brains.
Battle of the Brains here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are utilizing the global ban pick format here. So, for the side of Weibo Gaming here, on the left side, whatever 5 heroes you see, no longer able to be used for the remaining 5 or 6 games on towards before the ultimate battle here. Same goes for the side of Wolves Esports here. Right now, the game 2 pick and ban has been commenced here. And if we look towards the top side here, Weibo Gaming has a 56% win rate on towards the blue side here. Wolves Esports has an insanely high win rate towards the red side as well here. Coming into the draft here, the Master Luban that they have found so much success with has been banned away.
Yep, I know it's hindsight bias, but yeah, I think that both of us will do the same as well because now Weibo Gaming, they're at risk because Wolves Esports, if they play the cards right, they can get both the Lupan and Master Lupan as well, right? So Weibo Gaming, they want to take out this big compositions away, so Organ out of the picture, the Master Lupan also out of the picture. Wolves Esports taking out the Kaiser as well as the Mai.
So this Maestro Nui ban focuses on one thing. They do not want the Maestro Nui to assassinate the backline here, hence we might see something like a Cat Boom being locked in for the side of Wolves Esports, probably at the 3rd pick here. So Weibo Gaming coming into the 2nd game of the draft here, the focus falls back onto Max, the farm lane of Weibo. Arlie has been locked in for this farm lane player.
Okay, so right now, a couple of considerations for the side of Wolves. Number one, Chano, right? That's a decent matchup against the RD. The second one is taking away the Diardia. But no, they want to go for the Conqueror. So let's see. This new addition into KPL has been tearing it up so far in the KPL region. And let's see if Wolves Esports can bring true value. Mid lane this time, Xiao Qiao, a well-known counter now in this particular patch.
Well-known counter towards the early because of what? Once Xiao Qiao pops that ultimate, if the early just so happens to go into the range of the Xiao Qiao ultimate, she will get melted almost entirely here. And on the side of the Conqueror, I love this pick. So much mobility, so much setup here. You can go with the stun, you can go with the flash for even added range here. You can steal items as well, such as the resurrection, such as the stasis. All this can be stolen away thanks to this one roamer pick.
Yes, and he also acts as a tank, right? When he gets his mirror images down, they're able to soak in damage as well. So Wolves Esports are trying to back him up with a pseudo farm laner in the form of Shikong. Now Shikong goes into the clash lane. People know him as, there is an early game build, right? So he just rushes the Sparkforge Jagger with the Tempest Blade as well, and getting in that massive amount of damage in a short amount of time. He's going to act as a secondary farm lane for the side of Wolves Esports.
And I just think right now, Ken, Weibo Gaming drafting the Arlie and Charlotte here, so much side lane strength here. If we go to the game about like 10 minutes or 8 minutes, we will see these two picks dominating the 1v1 matchups here. So Wolves Esports being able to secure this Shikong onto the side of return, it is so important in at least being able to stabilize the side laners here. And right now, going to the second phase of the draft here, we see Weibo Gaming further targeting the pole of Wolves Xiao towards the farm lane.
Yeah, that's true. I think Wolves Esports, let's talk a bit about their composition now. I think I would definitely prefer a tank jungle, right? Coming in, you need to provide space so that both the Shikong as well as whoever the farm lane is going to be, probably Chano, is going to be... No, Chano is banned, oh no. Yeah, they have to find room for their farm laner.
They have to find room for their farm laner here, and right now we see so many of these counter picks here being locked away by the side of Weibo Gaming here. Arlie, you know for a fact that it doesn't do well against the Chano, it doesn't do well against the Gurya, and potentially a Direnjit as well. So Weibo Gaming, they do a pretty good job in locking away these picks.
That's true. And now with the final bans coming in as well, they're very concerned about the counterplay on the mage, and it looks like they will go for their tank Flowborn. This is a big pick for the side of Wolves Esports. They have found quite a bit of success with the Flowborn tank. Now, the question is Weibo Gaming, what are they gonna come up with a counter with to this particular tank jungle?
Ooh, Weibo Gaming, tank jungle, huh? There's still so much that they can go for, even the likes of the Jing as well. Potentially, okay, when we see this, sure, it's a utility mage. What does that mean? Potentially, we might see a carry jungle here. And what is Luanyang known for? He's known for an assassin jungle here, but it doesn't seem to be the case here. He does lock into Dune for the last pick here, and they alternate back the mid lane to a Chang'e. So, a bit of a change up. So, if it's a Shi, you're going for Assassin Jungle. If it's a Dun, however, you rotate back the carry potential towards this Chang'e pick.
Similar strategy to game number one, right? So Weibo Gaming gonna play this really consistently. Same thing, stonewall the front. You have huge burst damage in the form of Tingyue in the mid, once again from the Chang'e, right? And then you also have the jump in from Max on the Arlie. So there is going to be the same style of play coming up from Weibo Gaming, but Wolves Esports, I'm really concerned for them because at this point, yes, they have that hidden huge burst in the form of Xiao Qiao, but they need more. And yes, this is exactly what you need. The Lady Sun, a big burst potential, but positioning very vital for the side of Wolves Esports this round.
Do you have the Sulia? And if the Sulia finds even an inch onto this Lady Sun, she will be sent flying towards the sky, and immediate follow-up will be coming in for the hands of Weibo Gaming here. So both of these two teams have locked in their draft for this game number 2 here, kid.
Yes, control is definitely the name of the game in this particular second round of the best of 7. And this one places heavy emphasis. Number 1, I'm looking at Juan, I'm looking at Juan as well. The two of them will be responsible for trying to get setups for the side of Wolves Esports and hopefully provide room for Pang to enter without too much risk. But on the side of Weibo Gaming, I think we're looking at Zimo as well as Mengxi. The two of them will have the potential to set up very nice situations for the burst potential from Max and Tingyue as well.
One thing's for sure here, Kin. Both of these two teams, they do not lack damage in the fire department source here. Look at Weibo Gaming. Zimo being the side lane menace here. Ting Yue and Max being your primary damage dealer here. On the flip side of Wolves Esports, same exact script here. The artillery, the firepower comes in from the Lady Sun and the Xiao Qiao here, and the side lane dominance here comes in from return onto the Sikong.
I'm curious to see whether they'll do a lane swap, right? I think it's very important to be able to secure that space, right? And this is going to, amp up the farm, especially for Xiao on this Lady Sun as well as Max on this Arlie, right? They both need that extra farm because both farm laners have that huge burst potential. Even specifically for Xiao, I think once you get that frag grenade as well, you increase your damage potential. So I think Wolves Esports wants to place a little bit more emphasis on winning that space by get the teleportation, get that gold advantage.
And usually when we see an Arlie come into play here, we see KPL teams and the global teams, they love to swap the Arlie towards the mid lane here because with the ability of the Maple Dance here, you get to block out all these projectiles here, fasten up that wave clear into the mid side, immediately rotate towards the Clash lane, secure the River Sprite, the Space Sprite, and teleport himself back to the farm lane here, securing 3 lanes of farm for one single marksman.
And these fights are going to be long drawn, right? Because you have Sulia, who's going to be played by Mengxi once again, tank, Rome. He has a second life as well. If he's taken down, if his passive is up, he's able to be revived. The team just needs to step on the 4 lanterns that will be summoned when he takes a fall. And if they do so, he's able to come back into the fight with a percentage of his health. Flip side, we take a look at the Kong Kong he's able to, reposition himself with the mirror images as well. And he's able to soak up quite a bit of damage with his mirror images. So this game, positioning is so important as well as the gold. Once again, we will see Weibo Game this time on the blue side as well as Wolves on the red side. Alright, I love that. I mean, this cheer has been big, right? And right away, we see both teams actually going for that lane swap because, like I said, that space sprite is super important. You want to maximize the farm.
You want to maximize the farm, and look at Kong Kong here, just casually stealing that dagger away, giving it towards his farm laner here. That is the point of this Kong Kong mobility, face checking with no repercussions, and stealing away items for your teammates here. So he gets this passive where every few seconds he gets to blink in front just like a flasher. So that's the strength of this Kong Kong coming this early game.
Very good positioning as well, right? He's able to scout out information, steal items like you mentioned, and with that skill set, they have already secured a small advantage for themselves. Number one, they take away the Spiketail Beast from the side of Weibo Gaming. They also secure that space bar on the top. So this is going to be gold advantage going to the side of Wolves Esports. A great start, not the biggest start, but a great start for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, it's a great start, and I love the fact that they actually matched the lane swap here, knowing for a fact that Max on this Arlie wants to avoid this laning phase against this Lady Sun here. And we see a 3v3 collapsing towards the top side between both these two teams here as they look to contest for this lane swap here, but the engage goes through by the Suya here, pushing back Max onto this farm laner here. And right now, the clone has been eliminated, but flashes for flashes, stuns for stuns being committed for the side of Wolves Esports.
Yep, they did commit the flash, right? So this is a big resource gone for 120 seconds for the side of Xiao. And this could be a game changer, right? Weibo Gaming, all they need to do is to be able to find an opening that's great for them. And it could cost Wolves Esports the first blood.
It could indeed. Not having the flash like you mentioned here, 120 seconds here with Mengxi. One of the big playmakers here coming in for Weibo Gaming still having his flash. You might have to wonder if you are safe onto this Lady Sun.
Oh, I love this. They actually commit members onto the bottom, the steal away camps as well. And the response, Pang needs some help here. Who else is going to join them in the fray? The rest of the team will start to appear, so they push them away. But on the top side, not looking good. Quite a lot of damage coming up from Juan. And it is going to just deter them for a little bit. But for now, they just need to clear the waves.
And the Suliet passive, the Iron Colossus, has been committed as well. So that is one spell being on cooldown. The revive for the Suliet has been expended here with along the flash as well here. So the next time this Suliet gets caught out, he cannot bail himself out.
Okay, and we take a look at Xiao. What, 7,823 gold at the 10-minute mark. Very good farming ability, right? We'll see if he's able to achieve that right now, standing at 1.9k, 2k in fact. And I think this is a healthy start. Wolves Esports, they don't really maintain that gold advantage too much, but it's tiny, so it's okay.
It's okay, and we see a lane swap here coming in from Wolves Esports once again as they want to pace towards that objective, which is the 4-minute Tyrant mark here. And also, it's pretty good as well. Why? Because positioning your lady, so your carry away from the side lane, minimizes the risk of it dying to any potential ganks.
That's true. And look, 15 more seconds to go. This is going to be an important marker. Both teams, they want to rush the wave, right? Making sure that you are late to the party in that form of the 4-minute Tyrant. And so far, it is successful for the side of Weibo Gaming, and the TP does come down. So there is going to be a 5-man stand-up for this first 4-minute Tyrant.
And we see Beijing Weibo, they get the mid push already as they start their hands onto this Tyrant take here. This Tyrant take does not seem to have any form of contention coming in from the side of Wolves Esports here as Weibo gets it for free and they bail out safely.
Yeah, I think not worth the risk, right? So for now, Pang does secure both his buffs. At the same time, the wave clear coming out from Juan is going to be really important. They're pulling members away from Weibo Gaming, and this could be a big difference maker. Oh, the knockup committed though.
Knockout committed though as we see Hong Kong using now the clones here. Pang forcing out the mobility spells here coming in from both these two teams here as they shake their hands as they bail out from both of these big team fights as the spells has been committed here. So right now, we see these spells being committed here. It's time to go back to the farming tempo. It's time to collect your buffs and send these Crimson Golems down to the hands of the farm laners here.
And they're neck and neck, right? So right now, take a look at the itemization. Xiao already has the Eternity Blade, and Spark Force Jagger, likewise for the counterpart in the form of Max on this early. So both have decent power spikes in terms of fighting prowess. Now, it's once again positioning, right? Do you have the resources to catch the members out from your opponents? And if they get a setup, like Juan getting the knockup, or even Mengxi getting a knockup as well, these are all important markers of success for both sides. And it really comes down to the timing of this.
You make an exceptionally good point here, Kin. And when you talk about this, who gets to make all these plays here? It will be Weibo's Mengxi onto the Sulier or Wolves 1 onto the Kong Kong here. So both of these roamers here will be the key focal point of all these engages.
Yep, they're putting numbers on the bot side, but here comes a response on Wolves Esports.
Okay, we see Pang here jumping in with the ultimate here just to back off here, but Zimo here going in for the grand execution here onto the backline of the Juan here. Juan dangerously low here, can he look for the escape here? Gets executed, gets the first blood. Now, he gets all the trade-off kill here by the Pang here, but 1-for-1 exchange, but first blood goes over to the hands of Zimo on this Charlotte.
Yeah, a mid for a clash. Is this going to be a good situation for Weibo? If they can get the push in, but not going to happen. At the same time, T1 taken on the top side from Weibo Gaming. So this is actually beneficial to the side of Wolves Esports. Once again, small goal lead, but every lead is very important.
Every lead stacks up, right? When you stack lead by lead, it formulates into a small puddle. It formulates in a big river, into a big ocean here. So all these leads matter here. So for the side of Weibo Zimo here, eyes will be on him as that was his first major play in single-handedly destroying Juan onto the Xiao Qiao.
Yeah, Zimo actually wanted to split the fight for the team, and that was very important. But the flash committed by Mengxi, he's not going to have flash for the next 120 seconds, which means there is going to be a decent way to fight for the side of Wolves Esports if they force him out again. Get rid of the passive one more time. It's going to be, you know, a big mark of success for them.
No flash, but still having the passive here. So looking on the front end engage, the proactive engage here, we might not see an unconquerable army engage. This is the ultimate flash here coming in from Mengxi for these massive setups here. So that gives more room for Xiao and especially Juan on the Xiao Qiao with no flash to play around these team fights.
Okay, they're looking for a big win in the bottom side of the map, right? This is going to be huge for the side of Wolves Esports. They get a T1 on the bottom. You can see one is looking for a catch.
But one goes in for the Spiring ulti here, does not get the max early here, but without the mobility here, the Pang on this floor will be punished heavily here right now. We see firepower coming in from both these two teams here. The front ends of both these two teams, Zimo gets taken down. And right now we see another stun comes in from the mid laner Ting Yue here. Execution, Lunar Orbs does not execute this Kong Kong.
Yeah, they managed to get the save. The Lanterns are going to be stepped on the side of Weibo Gaming. So they do survive. They saved the T2 in the process, but they had to get the life of Zimo as well. So Wolves Esports, everything seems to be working in their favor. No, actually, Pang got taken down as well. So this is not ideal. Weibo Gaming, I think they have the significant advantage at this point.
Oh, it's a 1-for-1 change token. Zimo for the side of Pang here, and we see the economy ladder here. 2 members of the side of Weibo Gaming. 3, however, are rocking the standings right now. As we see, a Tyrant being committed for the side of Weibo Gaming, with no contentions coming in from Wolves Esports.
Yeah, they can't do that, right? I think the timing has been a little bit difficult for Wolves Esports at this point. So let's take a look at the replay. This was a big fight. They actually committed a stun by 1 as well. Unfortunately, the timing was a little bit off, and this put Pang at risk. This was the reason why he was taken down in the fight. They committed everything for this guy. Radiance put down as well, and you can see Juan, he came in with the ultimate as well, trying to change the fight. They got the members on the side of Weibo Gaming quite low, but there was no finishing blow.
Max was so slippery on that early here. Going in and forth, out and in with the leaf step, just getting so much damage value here, playing on knife's edge.
Yeah, they definitely needed that, right? I think you commit the stun from 1, you need to secure the kill if you're on the side of Wolves Esports. And unfortunately for them, that was not present. And now, 1, he does have his ultimate, he does have his mirror images at play, stun available as well. So now it's about controlling the map, because there is a comeback in the fact that Weibo Gaming have taken the T1 at the top. They're diving in really.
Well, Lin Heng here gets immediately annihilated by Juan and Xiao's nuke damage here. This Lady Sun and this Xiao Qiao has scaled into the fruition here. You do not want to lose your jungler just 10 seconds before the Shadow Tyrant here. That is a big mistake here.
Yeah, it's very important for the side of Wolves Esports to play this safe, because look, 10 seconds more before Lin Heng is out, and they have instant access into the 10-minute Shadow variant of the Tyrant as well. So Wolves Esports in a great position. They can turn this into turrets, they can turn this into jungle camps, they can turn this into kills. And here we go once again.
1 goes in for the engager, baits out all the spells here as he swaps with this mirror image here. We see Shadow Tyrant being secured for the side of Wolves Esports here as they want to continue their dominance here in this red buff here. Goes in for the Spiraling Image here. Gets multiple knockdowns here. Changes out. We see all these Thundering Might here coming in. All these health bars coming from Weibo Gaming are dangerously low. Firepower extremely strong coming in from Wolves Esports as they force Weibo Gaming back to their bases.
Yeah, Wolves Esports, they win big with this one. This is not good news. Pang number 1 stole away the Crimson buff, so this is a very uncomfortable position for Weibo Gaming. Did they get a kill? They did not, but they did take the T2 at the bottom. And this is the lane that Weibo Gaming cannot give up, because it's the corresponding lane towards the Shadow Overlord. So right now, Weibo Gaming, if they choose to commit to the Overlord at the wrong time, they're gonna get heavily punished.
They're gonna get heavily punished, and 30 seconds onto the remaining Shadow Tyrant here. We see the positioning coming in from Wolves Esports here. The tri-core carry on the side of Return Sikong on Juan's Xiao Qiao, and Xiao's Lady Sun here is coming to fruition here, especially this Lady Sun. 3 items completed already, working towards that 4th item being the Blood Reaper.
Yes, I think, you know what, 1 took that last fight very personally. He got the stun, didn't get the kill. Right now, they're looking for more.
They're looking for more. Zimo goes in for the engager, but gets immediately the assassination onto Xiao here. Xiao goes down, and once again, 1 goes down as well. That's 2 members going into favor for side Weibo Gaming's Clash Leader here. Zimo finding that crucial backline flank.
Yeah, flash of death this one. Zimo actually doing so well to catch Xiao out, and this was a big marker of success, because now look what they can turn that into. They are gonna get that Shadow Overlord for themselves. This is the Shadow variant, meaning they will get that advantage in any lane of their choice, right? They can summon the Shadow Overlord and get rid of all the minions in 1 fell swoop. Now, the turnaround does have a potential for the side of Wolves Esports, but they have to play this really safe, because right now, take a look at Zimo. He is up there with the Protector Cuirass as well. He's tanky, he does have the Armor Shred, he does have the Frostguard Embrace, so there's extra slow damage as well.
This is an exceptionally well-fed Charlotte here. We were talking about this just 10 minutes ago, that this Charlotte will be the key difference maker in settling the backline of Wolves Esports. And look at that splash gradation flash coming in from Zimo just now. Played to perfection here, even though we prize Wolves Esports for having such a good farm tempo on the Lady Sun, on Return Sikong, or even Juan Xiao Qiao. Look at the goal state right now. It's in favor of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, very scary. And this is without Mengxi's ultimate, without a setup from his Bridget charge as well. So this is going to be a very big concern for the side of Wolves Esports. All of that advantage they worked so hard for in the first part of the game, gone. Right now, this is a huge potential. Weibo Gaming can turn this into a T3. The Overlord and Vanguard are flying down.
And Zimo stacking the Charlotte's passive here, utilizing all these stacks to look for these potential engages as another Vanguard marches towards the life of Wolves Esports as it is slowly choking their room to play in Hero's Gorge.
Okay, this is the most honest fight we're going to get out of the two teams, right? Everyone has their ultimates, everyone has their common spells as well. So it really comes down to positioning. Can they get the setup? Where is the communication coming in? They see Mengxi, they want to push him away, and the fight is split if they choose to start it now. So Wolves Esports, they maintain a little bit of control, but they have to fight really carefully at this point.
And look at the bottom wave here coming in from Wolves Esports. It's getting pressured by the remaining Shadow Vanguards that they did not clear here. Wave pressure being succumbed in towards that stage here is so bad coming in from Wolves Esports.
Yeah, the flank coming in from Zimo as well, making sure there is no turnaround. But right now, they have control of the pit on the side of Wolves Esports. Will not get the reset so far. Can they get the steal?
Can they get the skill? That will be the question here, but a fight may break out just going in. The smash gradation flash does not catch on to Xiao here. Xiao kiting away from this insanely fast Charlotte here as we see towards the front line here. Mengxi on this Zulian will potentially be the first target here, but Max on this early finds his target and takes down one on this Kong Kong But on the flip side here, return going extremely low here. Smash gradation executes this Kong here. Zimo on this Charlotte is unstoppable with a double kill. He's still going in for more as he is relentless. This fighter, this Charlotte, no one can stop him.
So insane. The movements coming in, the Clash laners really make the biggest difference in that team fight, right? Weibo Gaming, we have to put our eyes on Zimo. He was doing so well in catching the backline, splitting the fights, and making sure that Xiao had a very uncomfortable time. Yes, they took one. Was it a big marker of success? Decent, but you want to get the farm laner, and that's exactly what Weibo did. Let's take a look at how that fight actually went down here.
Ooh, wait. Which replay is this? Let's really look at it all.
The initial one.
The deadly flank coming in from Zimo, single-handed Charlotte flank here. It wasn't even by the Zulian flank here. And let's take a look at this one as well.
Yeah, it didn't really look that well because the flash power gradation didn't hit the mark, right? They actually got to the backlines as well, but they allowed him to once again re-engage, and this is where that tankiness on the side of Linghen as the Dun was so helpful. The knockups, the setups, there's so much control, paired with the control from Mengxi as well as Zimo. Look, the door was wide open. The keys were taken on the side of Wolves Esports, and Weibo Gaming said, okay, we're obliged, we're gonna come in.
We're gonna come in and Zimo is like beep beep hop on. It's the Zimo train and he's crashing into the backline of Wolves Esports here. And look,
30%
frigid charges. 3 frigid charges coming from Weibo Gaming. So many stuns.
Yep, locked down for days, and at this point, this is getting a little bit hard to breathe for the side of Wolves Esports. They have been tamed so far, but the T3s have not been taken. It looks like Zimo is going to try and change that because he is solo pushing at the bottom side of the map. One more wave, next wave should secure a T3 for the side of Weibo Gaming.
And this was the consequence of that Tyrant team fight, right? They did not attend to that Overlord wave, and right now, they are biting back based on the decision they made. Because look at the map state right now. No more outer towers here. A bottom tower, a high guard soon to be falling down here. And on the side of Max here, he's just single-handedly soloing out this Shadow Overlord because once the Shadow Overlord is secure, we will see Weibo Gaming formulate that one final push, the potential end game here.
Yep, they get the lockdown onto Pang for a moment, right? But it's not about getting the kills here. It's really about establishing control of the map. Once again, who have they funneled that Crimson buff into? It is Max. So he does have the Crimson buff. They're going in.
But the engage goes through as Splendor being committed by Team Yue here. No potential engage for a follow-up here will be committed for the side of Wolves Esports here as Max here with the early hitting the front line. Pang going dangerously low, it gets knocked up and he goes in for the leaf stack here. Dangerously low with one. So little on help here. Double kill goes over to the early here as this early is just unstoppable. Team Yue with the beautiful Splendor reaction play makes way for Max on this early.
Yeah, Wolves Esports, this one was painful. They committed so much, didn't get a single kill, and now the T3s are being threatened. The Vanguards, the Overlord, they're flying down. Wolves Esports on the cusp of defeat.
on the cusp of defeat as they knock onto the crystal of Wolves Esports as Weibo Gaming takes game number 2, 2-0 in scoreline in this best of 7 series.
Big win coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming. This is exactly what Weibo fans want to see, and what a way to do it. That engage, that last one, that one really turned the tables because they committed all of their ultimates onto the tankiest members on the side of Weibo Gaming, did not get a return, and got slapped in the face instead.
They got slapped in the face instead, just it's so well said, because the early game, like we mentioned, the 10th minute mark, it was so well played by the side of the tri-carry here. We were prizing Wolves Esports, the Lady Sun, the Xiao Qiao, the Si Kong, all these 3 players, they were having a field day here. They were winning out all these fights, all these rotations here, but Zimo on this Charlotte here, single-handedly breaking whatever hope they had.
Yeah, this guy has to be the MVP, right? There is no way. This guy was doing so much work and, look, extracted the full value of every single thing you wanted, right? In most cases, yes, he went for the stocks and the build, he got that armor pierce, he got the protector cuirass as well to make sure he was survivable. And it was off of his main play that allowed the opening into the backlines of Wolves Esports. And when you give a team as proficient as Weibo Gaming, you know they don't miss. So once again, Coach Lin, what a mind to put such good tools for them to use against Wolves Esports.
And 2-0 in such a way is so demanding and commanding. We were discussing, okay, yes, you don't want to show all your cards in the first 2 games of the best of 7 here, but this way of playing by Weibo Gaming, so confident, so well thought out. The team fights are so immaculate, especially Zimo in this game, chef's kiss.
Yes, and if we really want to make a very strong comparison, are these meta 0 picks? I don't think so. Dune, is it a very expensive pick? No. Charlotte? No. You still have access to so many more options on the side of Weibo Gaming, and I think that's what's really scary about what's happening right now, because there's plenty more big cards to play.
I think for the side of Weibo Gaming, the expensive picks will form into the hands of Charlotte. I gotta say, Charlotte, one of the highest ceilings that we've seen so far. Can save the day, can make all these outrageous backline flanks, and also Suliep, yeah, he's up there as well. Arlie, yeah, it's still a pretty decent draft here coming in from both these 2 teams here, but I still feel when it comes down to these final moments here, man, Weibo Gaming, just having the extra clutch factor means so much.
And I like that you said this earlier in the game. There were 3 free shit charges coming in from Weibo Gaming. So how many stuns do you need, right? And the answer is yes. It's not about the number. They had so much control on the side of Weibo Gaming. And here's the scary thing about their lineup. They have a lot of access. Arlie is able to maneuver in, the Dune is able to jump in, Zimo on this Charlotte as well. We saw how they engaged the fights. And look at the damage. They provided so much room. Max here, 126.7 thousand worth of hero damage.
It's never about who dealt more damage. It's never about who dealt like the highest percentage. It comes down to who gets to nail the coffin in this team fight, because my goodness, look at that Charkin!
Yeah, it's completely blue, right? I think, of course, respects to the Clash, on the side of return for Wolves Esports. He did valiant efforts, but it was so tough because there was so much control coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, and they were able to soak so much damage, which allowed so much room for the rest of the members of Weibo Gaming to get what they want in the fights.
Wow, so beautifully played. But okay, we have to put our focus back, since this is a best of 7 here, Kin. Heroes are getting lesser and lesser for both of these 2 teams here. We have seen before, Wolves Gaming winning 2 games straight, but then they proceed to lose 3 games against TT. So all this, it's still within grasp of the coaches. So it comes down to this: can they formulate a game 3, game 4, or game 5 sort of comeback draft, sort of comeback mentality to really pull this series in potential to a game number 7?
True. I mean, if you take a look at the stats of Wolves Esports, especially the backline, right? Those stats are not that bad. In a sense, it really was a positional error that was forced out because of Zimo's Charlotte, right? The flash power gradation, that was a huge, big move. And like we said, this guy has to be the MVP. So we'll take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Zimo here.
It has to be him. so many of these clutch moments here. The first moment where he solo killed, the solo dive onto the Xiao Qiao, it was by him. The key moment, the 11-minute mark, where he just single-handedly shredded the entire, not just double carries, the entire team of Wolves Esports. That is just enough for him to get the MVP title.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take a look at the replay, right? This was one of the first few moments of the game where they were wrestling for control. It's all about the resources. They want to make sure they take good fights as well. So once again, a lot of ultimates committed by the side of Wolves Esports. Did they get the kill in this particular fight? They did, but the fact that they had to trade the life of Juan, who was the main counter against Max's Arlie, gone on the fight, you know it's not going to be great. And this nice catch, 3 different members on the side of Wolves Esports taken down in an instant, or knocked up in that case, really opened up the doors and they didn't have to expend too much.
And one more thing that I just noticed, the flash was forced out of the Lady Sun thanks to who? Ting Yue's mid. The Lunar Orb was almost in the face of One and Xiao's Lady Sun, and immediately his flash was forced wide open here, and that is why we see the success of Zimo's flanks here, because his team was setting up for success.
Yes, and one of the interesting things, you take a look at the fight, Max actually wasn't in that fight prior. He was actually chasing the back line of return. So this Sikong was out of the fight for a big moment. And with that difference maker, once again, frigid charge for days, coming in, the amount of control, and they already had the damage, right? This was 14 minutes into the game, level 15 for the Charlotte. There's no way you give a level 15 Charlotte an opening onto your back lines and expect to survive a fight.
Wow. Already 2 games in. Things do look slightly dire for the side of Wolves Esports here. We do not want to put bias onto the side of Weibo Gaming here, but my goodness here, Ken. How can we not praise Weibo Gaming for the game 1 and game 2 performance?
Of course. I mean, end of the day, this is still early parts, right? We're technically still in the first half of the best of 7, and we have teams. We have seen teams that have been successful in the first half of the best of 7, but kind of falter because strategies might not be as clean in the later parts of the best of 7. So we'll see. Wolves Esports has always been a team that I have kept my eyes on because they normally give like 3 games in the first best of 7, and then they come back with 4 games in a row. So I want to see if that's going to be a possibility for the side of Wolves Esports today.
A reverse sweep will sound very delicious here for the side of Wolves Esports here. Potentially finding that first win will put their foot onto getting that groove or getting that grasp of this best of 7. So for Wolves Esports here, the coaching staff, SK, will have to figure out a way to allow their players, like we mentioned in game number 2's draft, find a comfort draft, find the correct mentality in bringing back their original form to contest for that lower bracket final spot.
Yeah, look, for any Wolves Esports fans, I don't think they're too concerned because we have been in this position many a times, right? For Wolves Esports, they have managed to really just come back, climb all the way to the top, even when they are handed such a difficult position in the first half of a best of 7. So Wolves Esports fans, I think definitely keep calm and composed. It's not over yet. We're only 2 games deep, right? It's not that deep. We still have many more games to go.
It's not that deep, but I know someone who knows a bit about the deep, but let's not talk about that. So right now, draft. It always starts with the draft, and draft brings on the momentum into the favorable matchups, into the favorable team fights here. So far, Wolves Esports yet to put a lot of focus into formulating a comfortable game for their farm lane here. Maybe the focus is not about a jungle. It's about putting enough focus, putting enough priority onto the likes of the farm lane or the clash lane here, giving them sufficient room to carry the game.
That's true. I mean, this also comes down to the itemization, right? We talked about it. The triple frigid charge was a big marker of difference maker for the side of Weibo Gaming because they were constantly freezing them in place. And I think this is very scary. And Wolves Esports, the picks are important, but the way their composition is supposed to be fighting, I think that's also something they need to take a look at. Because SK, I think he has definitely provided them with big value, right? The Lady Sun known as a big burst hero, able to take and melt down people. But when you allow Weibo Gaming to get these physical defensive items and both attacking offensive defense, where you get the freeze, you get the armor defense coming in from the item itself, it makes life so difficult for Max. So I think they need to be really careful about how they try and provide value. And maybe SK has something brewing because look, this series is going to be long.
It's gonna be a long series unless they don't curve the Weibo train that is seemingly on fire right now. So, okay, talking about Frigid Charge, right? That is the beauty of the recent patch changes towards the Honor of Kings KPL patches, right? In Global, we don't get to use double active items. You only get to choose one. In KPL patch, however, you get to buy the Blood Rage into the Pure Sky. You can use both of them together. You get to buy the Blood Rage, the Pure Sky, or the Frigid Charge here. So, more ways of going towards the backline here. More ways of allowing this Clash Lane that's already so sticky to be even more stickier towards your backline units.
I like the fact that it's separate cooldowns, right? Because then, you know, it really gives you a power spike. It also highlights your individual mechanical skills. That's what I like about this new change in the KPL region, right? At the same time, I think the way that teams are fighting now is also kind of different. Not the biggest change, but you can see, right? Teams now are really focusing on control. I really like this second game coming in from Weibo Gaming because I cannot stop mentioning it. The triple Frigid Charge. I want that in my ranked games. Guys, do that as well.
Ooh, triple Frigid Charge, triple the amount of CC here to lock down the backline here. If I'm Lady Sun, if I'm a Xiao Qiao, I would be terrified.
Yeah, for sure. There's no escape, right? And it stacks. The freeze duration does stack, and you know, when you are slowed, it actually increases the stun duration and turns it into a very hard situation to get out of. So right now, Wolves definitely on the back foot. They need to recover. SK, once again, this is the start of the Battle of the Minds. What do both of these coaches, Coach Lin for the side of Weibo Gaming, will be on your left, SK, coach of Wolves Esports, on your right.
Right now on your screens here, ladies and gentlemen, 10 of these heroes being expended by both of these two teams. 10 of them cannot be used by the side of Weibo Gaming. 10 of them cannot be used by the side of Wolves Gaming as well, Wolves Esports. So right now, if you are the coaches here, your responsibility going into game after game after game in the best of 7 series will just keep getting shouldered heavier and heavier, because out of the available heroes here that we talk about meta, we talk about adaptability, it needs to make a team composition that makes reasonable sense for the players to carry on and to execute in game.
Yeah, look, if I'm in the shoes of Weibo Gaming, I'm gonna give the early now, right? I'm gonna give the early, I'm gonna take a channel, and we'll see. Because once again, they're on the blue side, so they get prior pick. So Weibo Gaming, this is now a chance for them to make a flex pick, right? Do you want to go for the roam initial first pick, or do you want to go for the farm lane initial first pick? And I think right now, Weibo Gaming, they're going to make it ambiguous for the side of Wolves Esports. They take out the Master Lupan once again. So SK, this is a difficult position to be in.
They still have the Cat Boom. We still have yet to see the Hai Yue here. So lots of these picks are still available here. And also, Zhenren, the gold funneling support, has yet to be shown in this draft here. So lots of these support picks here, roamer picks here, are still up and available here for both of these two teams here. As we see, first bans here coming from Weibo Gaming here, the Luban Master, and also the Allgrunt here. The success that they have found in game number 1, they are banning it away in game number 2, and also the current draft of game number 3.
True. Look, the higher ban is actually quite big from the side of Wolves Esports. It opens up a lot of doors, right? You can see the Ma Chao coming out, you can see the Guan Yu coming out as well. These are all big picks. Weibo Gaming instead go for the Kaiser. They're expecting either a big assassin hero coming out from Wolves Esports, or maybe just to mitigate that tank jungle option as well.
I love the Kaiser here. Due to the change in the KPL patch, he gets to use that extra auto attack from your spell to cross the walls here. And you talked about the Hai Yue ban here, and what better way of walking away the Guan Yu is using the Hai Yue here. So taking away the Guan Yu allows the Liang to surface for Wolves Esports as well, opening up the method of playing the Princess Frost Liang, opening up the Liang with Gan and Mo here. So many options here are available thanks to the game plan here. But Weibo Gaming here locking in that Ma Chao for none other than Zi Mo in the Clash Gen. This man is hot on fire, and what better way of doing it is matching it with another Clash Gen that requires a lot of APM and skill expression.
Look, Weibo Gaming once again going for that similar strat as game number 1 and 2, right? So we're gonna play the control game, and this time they're gonna do it from afar. So the Burning Sun Arrow going to provide a lot of value for Weibo Gaming if they can get the snipes. But Wolves Esports, they have an instant counter. I love the Jing pick. Now, as a Hoi, right, you're kind of concerned about, hey, I don't have a lot of mobility, and you know, Pang on this Jing, he's not gonna make your life easy at all.
At this point, if you're Max, right, you're just scrolling through your Arcana page and like, oh, there's a Jing on the enemy team. Oh, Guan Yu as well. All right, boys. Pack it up. I'm going for the tank Arcana build. Give me the Spark Spores. Give me the Doomsday here. I'm going to go tank.
Yes, and I think hopefully, right, they're looking for the side of Wolves Esports a little bit more control because they need to deal with so many different members. The Ma Chao coming in for Zimo is going to be a handful to deal with on the side of Weibo Gaming, to be honest, because once they get the lockdown, and this is a suppression, it's not a stun, you can't purify your way out of it.
And this Ma Chao pick does exceptionally well against the Guan Yu in towards laning phase here. So that is something that Wolves Esports have to figure out, because looking at just the early game for now, Weibo Gaming has a lot of tools in the side lane here. But Wolves Esports, the number one, the first ultimate here coming in from Once Liang will be very, very crucial in setting up the pace for this game.
Oh man, they banned out the Jing Chan. Jing Chan is actually one of my favorite heroes to use against the Guan Yu and Jing lineup, because his skills, first and second skills, are able to lock you in place, which means you can't actually maximize your skill set. So very smart ban from the side of Wolves, and it really fits into position on the side of Weibo Gaming, because then you don't really have to run too many ring around the Rosies as a Ma Chao, and you also get that lockdown, allowing very close proximity fights for your Kaiser as well.
Yeah, talk about Jin Chan, right? He feels like a Fuzi. He latches a circlet onto you, and you can only move around the circlet here. So Jing wanting to swap between the mirror domain, not so easy against Jin Chan here. So a very smart ban here coming in for Wolves Esports here, doubling down with another Zhuangzi ban as well to further allow return on his Guan Yu to look for these backline accesses here. And right now, Wolves Esports here, they double down the Liang with the Princess Frost, utilizing the full extent of this Liang, Princess Frost, and Jing combo. As we will see, Jing will be picking up a lot of farm in this game.
I don't know, I'm very worried on the side of Wolves Esports. Yes, it's a good win rate, 60% in this combination for the side of Wolves Esports. We know it, we have already seen it, and this time Weibo Gaming going for the Xiao Qiao pick for themselves, expecting huge burst, and I like this cover fire here. Meng Xi picking up the Zhang Fei for the team. So there's two big tanks, and once again, a stone wall. How do you get past this wall?
We gotta figure out, right? That will be in favor of Wolves Esports to figure out, because they saved the final pick of their farm lane for the side of Xiao up until this last moment here. It will be the channel here though, but will the channel be able to break through the brick wall that you mentioned here? Meng Xi on the Zhang Fei, and let's not forget Ling Heng on this Kaiser here. Two stone walls for this channel to figure out.
Yes, Wolves Esports, I think at this point, it really is, can we give Pang a good game, right? Can we give Pang a good game? Can we give Return a good game? Because if they have the level advantage and the item advantage, they can melt Max down. You don't have to play their pacing of the game on Weibo Gaming, right? Who's going to wait for your Burning Sun Arrow? We're going to freeze you first, we're going to get the kill and snipe on you.
And let's think about the level 1 to level 3 sort of setup, right? Usually when we see the Liang and Jing and Princess Frost come into gameplay, we will see the Princess Frost level 1, he's not going to the mid lane. He's going to the side lane, be it the farm lane or the clash lane, to assist and push. And the Liang will help this Jing to fast clear the jungle and start picking up more and more of this mid lane resources, making use of the counter between the roamer item and the jungle item.
That's true. I mean, at this point, I would think that Wolves will want to do a lane rotation as well, right? I would rather put the channel on the top lane against the Ma Chao with the aid of Huan and Wan as well, and then you secure that space, right? You get that initial rotation, and then you help out Return on the corresponding lane as well. So you make sure that everyone gets the same share of farm. You get to level up together. It could spoil the game for Weibo Gaming, right? You just need the level advantage and the gold advantage. That's really all to it in that first part of the game.
Yeah, the tempo is to allow this Liang to hit that level 4 early here. Find that power control, find that big play that will break open either the jungle or either one of these side lanes here that we previously mentioned in the pick and ban discussion here. So, both of these two drafts have been locked in here. The question is, will Weibo Gaming push this to a 3-0 match point? Or will our Wolves Esports be able to find their footing in this best of 7 series here, kid?
I mean, remains to be seen, right? Because wolves hunt in a pack. It's never a solo wolf. And, Wolves Esports, they need to group together. They need to make this composition work. Both teams have a great composition, but it's about whether you're allowed to realize the strength of your compositions. And once again, will we get that major control from Weibo Gaming? Because if they do get that control game going, Wolves, this is a tough game to play once again.
And this will be game number 3 between Weibo Gaming and Wolves Esports. It is time to show what you have. But before that, let's check out the audience.
Big moment coming in for the side of Wolves Esports. Their first blood of all the people to give it to, they give it to Pang. And this is why Wolves hunt in a pack.
Wow, Pang already getting first blood and none other against Lin Heng. Lin Heng's jungle tempo will be severely tarnished in this early game here. We might just see Pang on level 4 Jing immediately invading against Lin Heng's jungle here. But let's check out how it actually happened.
Yep, look, the members, 3 different members, they're slow as well coming in. The mini stun coming in from the dash on the side of Pang has been very phenomenal and allowing them to get the first blood. And like you said, right, this very uncomfortable for Ling Heng because his jungle pacing is not as fast as Pang on a Jing.
And this reminds me a bit of a deja vu between AG and TTG back in KWC. This was the exact same way that they got first blood. Don't you remember?
Yeah, exactly, right? And look, the win rate for this Pang Jing pick has been 6 wins out of 9 plays. And that's a decent win rate. So Wolves Esports, having a decent win rate is great, but a great start. This is not looking good in terms of stats for Weibo Gaming.
It is not looking good in terms of the starting phase here. We have to see how Ling Heng actually performs onto his signature Kaiser as well, because one thing's for sure, he's playing against this Jing pick here and against goes through.
Oh no, they go in again. Tengyur is going to be taken down as well. That's a free kill, and with that, the level 4s are starting to appear. Juan as well as Juan. Once they hit level 4, it's not going to be any easier for Weibo Gaming. Oh,
this upcoming game here is also oh, the Kaiser slaps the face out of the Juan and snaps it out of existence, sending him towards Oblivion here as one. Uses like the power control here, but doesn't find any potential follow-up here.
Yeah, this is scary for them. One more snipe, and that's gonna be a kill. Xiao takes a solo 1v1 kill. At the same time, they need a little bit of help in the jungle here. It's not looking good for return. They have to back off. They give away the Azure Golem. They don't want to give kills away. They have a decent lead.
Wow, what a bombastic early game compared to game 1 and game 2 here. Immediately, just 3 minutes in, we are already seeing 4 kills. This is not normal for our usual KPL standard.
Yeah, look, this is a scary potential for the side of the Wolves Esports team because they're close to 1,000 ahead. And the success of their team play comes in the form of gold advantage, item advantage, EXP advantage, and everything is working out for them so far.
You were asking, can Wolves Esports find their footing? This is their answer for you. They are exceptionally aggressive coming into this game number 3 here, kid.
You have to be, right? The moment you take a lead, you have to make sure that the team does not get that growth. And here is the leader stance, ultimate used by the channel. This was why he won that 1v1 in the first place. Too many targets. The Wolves were tanking for him under the turret as well, allowing him to just get that final jump shot to get that secondary kill.
And it was a beautiful damage calculation coming in from Xiao as well. He knew for a fact that that final hit, that final spell one, would send Max back to the fountain here. So props to Xiao for knowing his limits and knowing his capabilities in this 1v1.
I mean, this is the King's Pro League, right? KPL, this is the creme de la creme. So all these players are very good and very adept to their heroes as well. Pang here just trying to steal away more gold and EXP for himself. Level 8 already, a level advantage going in. He wants to set something up for now just to push them away.
Well, Invisible Warrior has been popped on the side of Lin Heng here though, but Pang utilizing the mirror, swaps around and gets back to safety. And this big cooldown being committed by this Kaiser, I think they just have to give away this Tyrant control.
Yep, they have to. There's no way, right? The smite is still available for Pang. They might try for that steal, not gonna happen at this point. So Wolves Esports, they maintain a decent lead. Now, it's no longer 1,000 for now, but it's still a big concern for the side of Weibo Gaming because they have not found any recovery just yet.
They have to find a way to slow down the game because Pang on this Jing, he is having a very comfortable approach because this Jing is already leading 1,000 gold already against Ling Heng's Kaiser.
Not good, right? I mean, if you're a Weibo gaming fan, this is not what you want to see. But for Wolves Esports fan, this is the dream. They have to make it work. They don't want to give a kill at this point. Pang sets the team up as well. The suppression comes in, but it's not enough damage just yet. They need to find more room, and it is looking like the damage is a little bit too much. The Zimo Ma Chao has been finding value in that flank, and for now, Wolves Esports will not get a kill, but they still maintain control across the map.
Kaiser is so darn tanky when he activates that invincible warrior here because it blocks specific number of damage, so it blocks flat damage here. So the ultimate, like the Liang, like the Princess Frost, it scratches him instead of damages him. So this Kaiser being the brick wall that you mentioned back in the pick and ban, this is coming to effect.
It is. And once again, they're going to give it a try. They get the freeze as well. One more time, Lin Hun is down. And Wolf Esports, they're laughing, they're smiling about this because this now secures that 1k goal lead once again. And for Pang to take a kill against Ling Heng, he maintains his lead for sure.
He maintains his lead and he's showing off that FMVP skin of Ling Heng's Jing in front of him. That is adding insult to injury.
Yeah, look, the goal difference now, it's 1,500. That's a big difference in terms of damage output, in terms of control as well. They do get the Burning Sun arrow. They maybe get a free kill here. Not gonna happen. The level difference is too big, but wait, Pang, what's he doing here? Will be able to make it out just in the nick of time as well with a sliver of health. Pang getting a little bit dicey over there.
That's what you call fast hands because he escaped that situation with ease and precision here. Now let's check back out what really happened to Lin Heng towards the mid lane here. He got caught by the Mirror Domain mini stun, and the mini stun immediately was followed up with a Glacial Prison locking Ling Heng's escape path.
Yeah, look, the team play, this is a team game, right? You have to be in synchronization with the timing of your skills. You know, that slight delay on the Frigid Prison coming in from Princess Frost definitely needs to have a lot of planning. And Wolves Esports, this was a beautiful marker of success. And once again, look at what it translates to: many camps, many minions, and potentially the T2 coming up.
Many camps, many minions, slowly but surely formulating that goal lead that they really need to pull the game wide open here. We see Lin Heng here trying to look for an engager. The Burning Sun arrow does not land. The Invincible Warrior has been popped here, but it is a defensive one as they pull away to safety here. 2 ultimates being committed already for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Oh, Pang, he jumps in as well. The big burst onto Tingye. The suppression comes down. They lock down the jungler. No, they lock down Mengshi. No more tank. No return fire. And Wolves Esports are on fire this one.
That's a Burning Sun arrow, a painful one to be missed. Immediately losing out the key spells here coming in from the side of Ling Heng here. You have no front line here, and Mengshi not having the Unbridled Outburst, getting punished as well here. Pang on this Jing, he has been finding so many of these key engages back to back in this game.
I love the fact that he has a Protector Cuirass, right? He wants to make sure he has the physical defense as well. Look, he's 2,000 gold ahead of Ling Heng. So Ling Heng is not tanking. There is no way he can tank. And the biggest issue here is that Pang is also level 12. So he's able to melt down Mengshi, which means you are going to have to waste a lot of resources just to survive and not even about taking kills off of Wolves Esports.
And if you think about the side of Weibo Gaming here, they're banking a lot of the resources towards none other than Zimo's Ma Chao here. So this Ma Chao, yet to see him find any successful flanks so far because the front line of Weibo Gaming is just getting melted fight after fight after fight here. So if Weibo Gaming wants to find an angle to recover this 3,000 gold lead here, it will rely on this Ma Chao, but he gets caught out!
Yeah, Zimo gets taken out and the suppression is used. Did they have to burn quite a few ultimates? Yes, they did. So Huan, Xiao, and Wan, no ultimates. But for now, they still have that trump card up their sleeves, right? Return does have his ultimate. So Razor Cavalry is available. Pang does have his Mirror Domain as well. So this is an aggression they cannot deal with. Weibo Gaming, they have to watch their T2 fall on the top.
My goodness, kid. 10 minutes and Weibo Gaming already losing out 4,000 gold lead against Wolves Esports here. This just shows how much aggression Wolves Esports has committed towards the past 10-minute mark.
Yes, this is not going to be good for the side of Weibo Gaming. So let's take a look at the 10-minute mark, 30 seconds away before the neutral objectives, the shadow variants will appear.
8,000 gold, and usually when Pang wins, it's 7,490 gold at the 10-minute mark here. Right now, just shy of 10 minutes, he's already rocking 8,300 gold here. That is so much gold per minute onto this Jing.
Yep, that was higher than the previous stat that was shown right in the earlier games. But Wolves Esports, this is going to be very important. They need to make sure that Weibo Gaming does not have a good position to take a steal, which is why they're kind of pushing away the side lanes. And this is going to be the start of Wolves Esports' aggression.
They do start off this Shadow Tyrant here as they force away Weibo Gaming's member here. 1-7 in terms of the scoreline here. 4,000 gold lead being secured by the side of Wolves Esports here. If you're Weibo Gaming here, your job is just to farm. Find whatever resources you have. Curb the bleeding here. Because one thing's for sure, Wolves Esports, they are not stopping just by one Shadow Tyrant. They want more.
Yeah, they're gonna take more. In fact, they're rushing in for the Shadow Overlord as well. So Wolves Esports, even with the Primal Ball, they know they have a decent lead. 4,000 gold in terms of financial advantages. So Weibo Gaming, they can only sit back and wait for the aggression of the Wolves Esports team.
Wolves Esports team right now is so heavily stacked in terms of items here. Daybreaker, Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade already completed for the side of Wolves Xiao's channel here. And also, all of them are so immensely fed and well equipped here. If they do look for a game-winning fight here, I believe Wolves 1 on this Liang with the Hall will find that crucial engage.
Yeah, we have to look at the timing, right? It really comes down, like you said, the suppression of one as well as the freeze coming in from Juan. These are the two biggest difference makers for the side of Wolves Esports. If they landed onto any one singular member on the side of Weibo Gaming now, it's going to cost them their lives. And you can't fight 4v5 with a Wolves Esports team that is now close to 5,000 gold ahead.
Still yet to see a good unbridled offers come in from Mengxi to dismantle the situation here. But it's also thanks to Pang, right? So much dimensional shift potential here just to disengage all these fights here. And look at that. The first high ground tower has faltered towards the hands of Wolves Esports.
Yep, T3 on the top going to be taken. Mid is not looking good as well, but T3 at the bottom, that is the real challenge for the side of Weibo Gaming because the Overlord and the Vanguards are marching down. Can they survive this? Pang wants to go in, drops the Mirror Domain, making sure that they are trying to push them away. Not going to be too much deterrence because Weibo Gaming, they lose another T3 at the bottom, and this one hurts.
This one hurts indeed, dropping that Mirror Domain just to chip down that tower, utilizing the dimensional shift here. Worth it, just a 20-second cooldown here. They can rinse and repeat it, or they can play it chill. Control all these jungle resources here, wait for the next batch of Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord that will be spawning in just about 90 seconds.
Yep, 90 seconds is definitely something that is a long time for the side of Wolves Esports. They want to rush this as fast as possible. Weibo Gaming, they're going to appreciate this 90 seconds, but it's going to feel a little bit too short for them.
It's gonna feel a bit too short for them, just about 3 waves of time here. If you are on the side of Weibo Gaming here, you need to find a hero play here. And if your hero is Zimo on this Ma Chao, he's gonna have a hard time against this Liang pick from the side of Wolves here. He's gonna get locked down if this Liang never uses the power control aggressively.
Yeah, right now, I think it's a little bit concerning because the goal gap is close to, what, 7,000 gold at this point? And now, the last marker of defense in the mid, T3 open for the taking. There are 2 ways flying down. It really is. Can they get the catch? The Wolves, they want to hunt in the pack, will stave off for now.
They will stave off for now. They choose to pick the more safe way. Wait for the Shadow Tyrant, wait for the Shadow Vanguard, recollect both of the resources once again, and then they will look for the eventual final push, eventual final engage there. But it also gives that one brief moment for Weibo Gaming to breathe, to find farm, to really look for a comeback potential.
Yeah, Wolves, look at what they're doing, so smart, right? They're waiting for Weibo Gaming to come and check if they're gonna do that Shadow Tyrant. And if they do, they might get heavily punished because, look, traversing the map, no issue for Pang. And they just want to make sure that they can punish. One more mistake from Weibo Gaming is going to cost them the game.
And it's also very, very detailed. This minor detail, they're not starting the Tyrant immediately, they're just waiting. Why? They're just doing this so that the moment the Shadow Vanguard spawns, they can go and collect it immediately without wasting the timer on the Shadow Tyrant buff here. All these little details they cement so much additional advantage going for that final push.
Oh, look at this, the double take. They're waiting for Pang to finish the job here, as it looks like it's going to be Wolves with the double objective take. Instant win, if you ask me.
Instant win indeed, and we see the Shadow Vanguard is spawned towards the mid lane here. This empowered Overlord will be marching towards the mid lane, marching towards this final tier 3 of Weibo Gaming's base.
Yeah, they get the suppression as well. Who have they caught? It's going to be Ling Heng. Will he survive? The save comes in from Monksy as well. This is just going to be a delay. But the jump in once again return. Tries to get the catch. Will not be successful in doing so. But they have taken the T3 in the mid. This is crystal galore for the opening. All they have to do is to finish the game. But there's a lot of damage coming from Zimo. He wants to chase in as well. Return. He's going to try and push them back. At this point, not going to be successful. He gets taken down instead. Zimo will get that trade in the form of return. But the damage is just too much. Xiao gets that final kill onto Zimo and Tingyue. This is a numbers disadvantage. Suppression comes in as well as they get the kill. The game is over. Game number 3 goes in the hands of Wolves Esports.
Wolves Esports claw their way back into the series with a 1-2 score as they secure game number 3 with Xiao Pang leading the chart on this Jing.
Yeah, so first half of the best of 7 is going to be complete. We are going to be heading into game 4 after this. But what a recovery coming in from the side of Wolves Esports.
This is the mentality of a champion here. Game 1, game 2, it's fine. The most important thing is that when we go into game 3, we go into a comfort draft, we go into a confidence draft, we bring back the game with an amped up tempo. And what a way of bringing back the series into the scoreline.
Yes, this is going to be a confidence builder, right, for the side of Wolves Esports. So I want to see how do they build off of this momentum, this aggression coming in from the Pang Jing. The initial first blood really was the tipping point for the side of Weibo Gaming, unfortunately for them.
Man, that level 1 plan, this doesn't come out of coincidence, right, Ken? It always comes out to the coach or the player suggesting that, hey, this enemy Lin Heng on the Kaiser, he has this specific pattern of starting the game. So why not we use that mentality, that habit of his against him and secure the first blood, secure all these minor, these small leads that build up to Pang's insane 8,200 gold economy at 10 minutes.
You can tell, right? Ling Heng definitely was not expecting that. He might have been expecting, hey, there's one member on the side of Wolves Esports that's waiting for me, but he did not expect there were 3, and it was in the form of Huan as well as Pang, right? The 3 of them, instant control, instant kill, first blood, and look, Kaiser is not a hero that is known for his jungling speed. He's very tanky, but he takes jungle camps really slowly. So this also aided in the growth of Pang.
Man, Kaiser losing out on the early game here, but I gotta think one thing's for sure. In the best of 7, we've seen teams before draft a dummy draft. It doesn't mean that it's not smart, it just means it's to stop you in your tracks. It's like a empty draft where you're like, okay, let's just draft these few heroes in game number 3 so we can waste key picks here coming in from Wolves Esports here. I'm not saying that's the plan here, I'm just saying that's one of these strategies that one of these coaches use.
True. I mean, you don't want to show all your cards, right? End of the day, of course, we still have to pay respects to Weibo Gaming. I think this draft is still decent. It definitely has its win potentials. But look at the growth. This guy, 82.3 thousand worth of hero damage. This Pang Jing really brought the full value for the team. He was the finishing blow, but it also created space for Xiao, 50,000 worth of hero damage. The setup by the team. Control seems to be the name of the game in this particular series of best of 7.
That's why Liang is called Power Control. He was setting up so much tempo alongside with Pang in the early towards the mid game here. And I gotta say, this Jing and this Liang splendidly played for the side of Wolves Esports.
Yes, we also want to take a look at Zimo. I think he did really well, given the deficit of the game as well. He was actually one of the counter and turnaround points that's available for Weibo Gaming. Unfortunately, there was too much suppression, too much control. Ling Heng got caught, Zimo got caught, and it just really shows that having a great draft is step number 1 only. You need to have great execution as well.
Step number 1, execution. Step number 2, draft. Or I kind of like, turned those 2 around, but it's okay. The important thing is that Wolves Esports, they found their footing towards this series here, and you saw Zimo on that Ma Chao, if he wasn't locked down just like we saw earlier, he was causing a lot of nuisances towards the backline and the whole team of Wolves Esports.
Yeah, definitely. That was a big turnaround potential. And this game, I think Wolves Esports definitely silenced Mengxi quite a lot. We didn't see too many unbridled outbursts from this Zhang Fei, right? So there was no save possible. But let's see, the MVP of this particular game, there is no one other than Pang. This guy, MVP worthy. He brought the mirror domain to an absolutely insane level.
205 in terms of the KDA, did not make a single mistake here, and look at that damage dealt. 36.4% with a 30% damage taken here. He does it all. This series here, both of these two junglers, they are on fire.
Yes, and this is why you never count Wolves out, right? They are a team known for comebacks, and this was that particular moment. So the stun coming in from that first skill of the Liang was what really changed the game, allowing for the secondary Frigid Prison coming in. And from this point, there was no stopping. They just stepped on the gas, pedal on the metal. And this was just a insane synergy coming in from the lineup of Wolves Esports.
That was so beautiful. And look at this. Immediately using the mirrored swap, finding that backline access here, and this one, Mengxi, so close to that final unbridled outburst here, does not find it, doesn't have enough rage to cast it, and as of this point, even though the power control was wasted, it's a 5,000, 6,000 goldie here. Pang is just going to the backline, he's like, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm there, okay, I'm out.
Yeah, so many things that they did, right? That one movement really just allowed them to take two things at once. And, you know, taking turrets and taking the kills as well. But let's hear what the players have to say.
一个宇宙啊，打得什么？打开，打开。3位位置。等一下，等一下，我学了。来，别急，别急，没，多做些。是的。能杀不？3位右边，3位右边。我得走。1打1谁能打？中路能来不？王道丁。打central传。我能来了。打central传。半途传兄弟，传。远。打村庄了，这边。跟不了，可以接来，跟，我在靠这个，没多少，哎，东马上意思，我在靠，抢点，把了32破了呗，追看我一下，关羽，追看我一下，我们接线，来看一下，老手查查，秒，来，大飞，中，两边压，我就捏他了，我上面给你压力训练，到位了吗？再看，我给你压力训练，动上，可以打，慢打，来，我这推两个，可以打，我打开，前面还是打兄弟，来见到我兄弟，我来，我前面都是兄弟，来。吹了，追打，拉回来，别进群里了，没事，后面别急，没事，想让他打后续，还能 A 吗？接下进去，我再接兄弟，我有破掉，接，可以打，就他人，可以打，我打，来有线，我的闪电门他，我吸个血，看狗子，小心没闪，看狗子，有动，看狗子，跟我有火手他头了，加狗子，来摁住，可以，能杀，先杀人兄弟，一波，可以，下吧。
Beautiful game. This one, was a big marker of success, right? The comms were definitely cleaner from the side of Wolves Esports. What do you think about the execution though of Wolves Esports? Is this the best version of them just yet?
It definitely seems to be an upgraded and improved version compared to Game 1 and Game 2. And I gotta say, we checked that mag check just now. The comms were so clear and concise. Level 1, they planned the camp against the Kaiser here. And the subsequent plays, it was always Pang saying, hey, look at me. I'm going in for this engager. Follow up on me. I can find the backline access here. The assassination onto the Xiao Qiao in towards the bottom side of the red buff. The mid lane catching out Kaiser in that the frozen prison, the glacial prison. It was all thanks to Pang finding that angle, finding that follow up from the teammates.
That's true. I think knowing what the plan is and executing it well has been the success of game number 3 for Wolves Esports. And you know what? Wolves Esports, in the history of my personal watching of them, it feels like Wolves take a little bit of time to get their engine running. But once the engine gets started, there's no stopping Wolves Esports.
There was indeed no stopping here, but I still want to point out one thing for sure. The draft coming in for Weibo's Gaming's third game, you don't see much of a meta pick or a highly prioritized pick here. Is it due to the fact that they have already expended a lot of expensive picks in Game 1 or Game 2? Or is Coach Lin saying that, hey, we want Game 1 and Game 2, take a breather, rest up your vitals, rest up your stamina, you know? Game 3, we are gonna draft a standard stock draft. Nothing too crazy, nothing too important here. We test our waters here. So coming to game number 4, I want to see, can Wolves Gaming continue their dominance coming from game number 3, or will Weibo Gaming find their success just like they did in game 1 and game 2?
They have to try their best, right? Because both teams, Wolves Esports as well as Weibo Gaming, the both of them have arrived at this particular stage of the game with a 4-1 win against their previous opponents. So will we see a 4-1 performance coming out from Weibo Gaming? I don't know yet, but Wolves Esports, they are likely to contest that particular way, because the way that they performed in game number 3 has been really impressive.
Oh, it was hell impressive, I gotta say. That Pang Jing, oh my goodness here. So fast in terms of the spell, so precise in terms of the assassination here, and I gotta give credit to the Liang as well here. One, on that Liang, finding so many of these important power controls here, setting up that early game tempo that was already so well done by the hands of Pang to elevate it into such a dominating mid-game and eventual victory for the side of Wolf Esports.
True, and I'm curious to see what kind of drafts we'll be having at the second half of this best of 7, right? Because heroes like the Zhenren have not been used yet. We know about there is a potential for that. We have not seen heroes like the Geya. These are all big picks as well in the later half of the drafts, BP phase, which both teams have shown they can perform.
Indeed, that is the case here. So moving on to the second phase of the draft here, just like you mentioned, all these picks are still wildly available here. It is in Weibo Gaming's reach to formulate another draft for them to push it towards a 4-1 victory, or we might just be seeing an ultimate battle game number 7 of this two colossal titans here in this 7-game series.
I think if you're taking at that perspective from Weibo Gaming, they have to end the series now, right here, right now, because if they don't do so, Wolves is going to come back, they're going to bite you, and they're not going to let go. So it's a bit concerning because I love both teams. Weibo Gaming definitely showed us some great qualities, but in my personal opinion, I think they need to end the series right now. There's no chance. You can't give Wolves Esports a chance to come back.
There is a saying in the KPL region that when times are desperate, you will see Lin Heng, the FMVP user of the Jing skin in 2021. He will bring out the Jing when it matters the most here. Is it time to cement that spot? Is it time to call out that Jing pick? We will leave that to Coach Lin's discretion to whether or not it is time to bring out the trump card.
True, and then we also have to take a look at SK, right? Coach SK, what is he brewing in his pot of strategies? Because this one has been clean, this one has been great. Maybe it was just the execution that was a little bit unexpected coming out from the Wolves game number 1 and game number 2. But everything remains to be seen because KPL, you can never be certain.
You can never be certain. Best of 7, that's why we are playing this format here. We are challenging the depths of the hero pool of these players. We are challenging the strategic planning of all these coaches and the adaptability of all 7 games here. Game 1, everything is available. But when we go to game 5 and game number 6, man, that's where the hero pools get squished, gets so small into this small little ball where players have to think about what they truly want to play and what really works for a team composition.
Yep. Look, winning competition, triple frigid charge. Get that done, and maybe Weibo Gaming can kind of get the win in game number 4. But who knows, right? End of the day, it is also reliant on the composition you build for yourself, like you mentioned before. This is a deep series. We have many other heroes to be at play, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen on screen later on.
Only time will tell. Right now, already 3 games in between these two teams here. So without further ado, let's hop back right into the venue to see both of our teams here. 5v5, 10 players are well seated on their seats here. They are geared up and ready for game number 4's draft here, kid.
Okay, so this is where everything matters, right? We're in the second half. This is where you do not let loose of the gas. You need to make sure that you stay consistent and stay on power. And this is going to be achieved by number 1, the composition, but then also the execution of that composition. Can you steal more camps? Can you steal more buffs? Can you get the kills?
That is how you formulate an early lead, especially in the KPL region here. And that is where all our global teams, they tend to learn and tend to extract the experience that all these KPL teams have. You play based on the map objective. That is how Honor of Kings work. In the first 4 minutes, you have the small jungle camp, the Firehawk, the Space Pride, the jungle camp for the invasion, the steal away, right? In 4 minutes, you have the Tyrant here. And one more thing that AG has taught us, it is the gold sharing technique that they have shared to the entire world right now. The ability to farm that Daybreaker pre 10 minutes, it is so important for a team and especially a farm laner.
Yes, so let's take a look at what's happening now. We are at 2-1 scoreline, right? And Wolves Esports, they're going to be taking the blue side this time, so they have prior pick. Now, one of the things that they can explore is the fact that, number one, they have not used Arlie yet on the side of Wolves Esports. They also have not used the Lupan number 7 with Master Lupan combination. So it'll be curious to see how that is going to work out.
I will be curious as well because the Luban and Master Luban, there you go, is banned away here. They found success back in game number 1. They do not want them to repeat that same success here. Maybe the all-ground might be a potential ban here because one thing's for sure, Pang is one of, if not the best all-ground players in the whole KPL.
Okay, so the Hano pick, are we looking at a tower push strat for the side of Wolves Esports, right? We might be looking at the Renjie if it hasn't been used yet, or we could be looking at Agudo pick as well.
Agudo does seem to fit the entire characteristic that you're talking about here. And talking about the KPL region, they do favor the Agudo marksman as well towards the farm lane here. Potentially, picking out the Agudo here means that they are able to flex it between Pang and Xiao as well between the farm lane and jungle.
Okay, so this opens up so many doors for the side of Wolves Esports, right? So number one, we can take a look at the mid Ingzhen, and this is going to be a poke competition from afar. You kind of push everyone away from the side of Weibo Gaming. You get free hits on the turrets, and then you just play the map from there. But Weibo Gaming, they're gonna do the Geya and Didia combination. I like this combination as well. They can play that turret push strategy as well.
They'll play the turret push strategy, and the specific thing about this matchup, this combo coming in from the Diadi and Geya, lane absolute dominance and super duper strong side lane control here. So Wolves Esports here, they pick up the Su Lian and Charlotte here onto their roam, onto return on towards the clash lane here. We saw Zimo on this Charlotte here, can return, pull up the same performance that we have seen so far back in game number 2.
Yeah, look, he definitely wants to perform even better, but the Fatih pick comes out for the side of Weibo Gaming. So there's going to be good sustain, but also good damage, right? And then this one comes down to who has the better flash kills in this case, right? Fatih flash with ultimate, that's going to be a big one to deal with. We've already seen how the Charlotte flash power gradation works. So let's see if who's the better clash laner from either side.
So far in this series, right, it has been a combat, a contest between the Clash Lane and jungles here. They are the brighter stars in this entire series here. We cannot disregard the other players setting up with big success for these players here, but so far the big moments, the Clash and junglers are showing a lot of these moments.
Okay, they pick up the Jing ban, right, on the side of Wolves Esports. That's a great idea. You don't want to have your backline exposed. The moment the Charlotte dives in, you don't have the return firepower. Now, Weibo Gaming, they're going to take away the Mai. So this opens up the doors for the Yingzhen, right? I think it fits in both compositions, actually.
Look at Weibo Gaming. They've had 4 mid laners here, and if you consider back Wolves Esports like entire banning phase, that's 2 mid laners as well. 6 mid laners out of 10 bans here, and if you consider the 3 games that they have played, 9 mids are automatically banned for both teams now.
Yeah, look, this one is a difficult one because Tingya in this mid is going to be responsible for making sure that one does not get that correct engage. He wants to make sure that the engage is going to be risky because if you dive in as a Sulia, you might have to give your first life away, and then it makes things difficult for the Charlotte to come in. But RD, like we mentioned before, comes in.
Arlene to Geya does not seem to be a very favorable matchup here, but Yingzhen, a very long-range poke mage, has been released towards the hands of Wolves Esports here. So this long-range artillery mage will be a living hell for the side of Geya onto the hands of Weibo's Max.
So Ingzhen, I already talked about this. This is going to be a poke composition coming up from Wolves Esports. They can play the map a little bit better than Weibo Gaming. Let's see how this goes down.
Well, all these picks have been locked in for both sides right now. The Agudo will fall towards the hands of Pang, in towards the hands of Wolves Esports here. So this Pang, he will be formulating a lot of these pushes around a winning lane here. We might just see the mid and jungle coming from Wolves Esports formulate this insane side lane tower push just 2 to 3 minutes short into the game.
Yes, I'm curious to see how this is going to play because both teams, they have their very big win conditions. I'm curious to see how Ling Heng is going to play this Yang Jian because this would be a big difference maker. If he's able to hold the attention of the Wolves Esports players, then you open up the doors for Max, you open up the doors for Zimo to really just come in and flank in from the sides, and it could cause a lot of destruction because they're not as tanky as I think Wolves Esports would like.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case right now. All two teams have really locked in their draft right now. My focus right now, the early. What kind of setup are we going to see from Xiao onto this early here? Is he going to look for these rotations, these lane swaps here? Or are we going to see a 2v2 towards the bottom side here? Because one thing's for sure, if you put a Geya and a Dia into early, the early is not going to have a fun time even if she has the support from the Sulier.
It's a bit dangerous, right? Because if you take a look at Weibo Gaming's lineup, they actually have very decent AoE damage, right? You have the ultimate from the Geya, the Raging Sandstorm, and you also have the Destructive Deluge coming out from the Lady Chen. So there's big AoE potential. They're able to lock up quite a few of the members on the side of Wolves Esports. But at the same time, the Maple Dance can kind of negate Lady Chen's ultimate. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out.
We'll have to see the spellcasting timing here coming in from both of these two teams here. Wolves Esports versus Weibo Gaming take it towards game number 4 right now in the lower bracket semifinals of this KPL Summer 2025 here. Right now, Wolves Esports, they need to pull this series into a 2-0. If not, Weibo Gaming will be marching towards that match point, putting more pressure onto Wolves.
Right, the fans have done their cheering. It's time to see what is going to be the difference maker between Weibo Gaming as well as Wolves Esports. Right away, what is taking so much damage? He does have his passive to work with, and this is going to be Wolves Esports pushing away Weibo Gaming. This should be the Firehawk secured, I guess.
That is also one way of using the Iron Colossus coming in for the side of one. He utilizes it so he can expand the passive and get lane priority, and we already see an engage being blown on through and Mengshi being forced away and having to use the flash to escape to safety.
Yeah, not ideal, right? At this point, you want to have your healer be able to be safe, but here comes that gang coming in.
The gang does come through thanks to the help of Pang here. This Agudo finding that farm tempo faster than Ling Heng on towards the Yang Jian here. Already level 4 and Yang Jian still suffering through the early game clear here thanks to the help of this Lady Zin.
Okay, I'm curious about Ling Heng's growth here. I think definitely they need to buy him some space, right? Ramp up his jungling speed. He needs to be staying on pace with Pang on this Agudo because right now there is a lot of damage potential coming out from Wolves. They're able to poke you from afar with the help of Huan. They're also able to melt down your turrets really quickly with Pang as well as Xiao.
Oh my, think about Pang and Huan just going to a side lane here and putting so much pressure towards one lane here. And look at that. They're just noticing the fact that, hey, once Pang unlocks that ultimate, unlocks all these critters, we are just gonna be balling towards the side lane once the jungle minions are all cleared out.
Okay, let's take a look at this stat. Max here achieving 7,032 gold at the 10-minute mark, right? Averagely. And I think this game, in terms of laning wise, it should favor Max because he has the heal potential coming out from Mengshi.
And in terms of like the general statistic here, the KPL farm lanes, thanks to the gold sharing efficiency, you will see the gold per minute average around like 650 to 750, and it is actually very sufficient for them to build into that third item, 3 crit core items.
Oh wow, what a steal. One actually takes away that camp from the side of Weibo Gaming. So Wolves Esports, here is the strength of their draft, right? They're able to kind of put a lot of pressure, and that rotation down into the mid lane, this is going to be covered by Pang in a short while.
It will indeed be covered by Pang in a short while here. The passive has been proc for the side of Lin Heng here, so he has to stack back that tenacity to a 94 for him to re-enter the form that he is looking for.
Yeah, and this is just timings galore, right? Making sure that they are hitting those markers to be able to take that fight at the 4-minute mark for the Tyrant. Both teams will be looking for that advantage. Tyrant buff is so important, especially as we're going later in the series.
Tyrant buff will be exceptionally important, especially when it comes down to the likes of Juan and Tingyue. They need to keep moving along the map to defend these side laners that may be in predatory instincts coming in from Pang on this Agudo, because Agudo, he wants to push down these turrets.
Okay, there isn't very big difference in terms of the gold advantage. Naturally, Juan will have an advantage against Tingyue in the mid lane, and I think it's fine because end of the day, the Lady Chen isn't a very expensive pick in terms of itemization. So Weibo Gaming and Wolves Esports, everything seems to be going at least slightly according to plan.
Slightly according to plan, Shadow, the Tyrant of the 4th-minute mark in the game number 4 has been spawned here. We see the teleportation portal being utilized by Zimo's Fatigue here, as both of the teams here are coming in preparation for this Tyrant take.
Pang actually uses his smite, so they're actually inviting Weibo Gaming to take a fight. They don't want to take the timer at this point. They want to delay it, they want to get the kills, and at this point, I think it's okay because look, one has his passive, they can be a little bit more aggressive.
They can be a little bit more aggressive, spot out these engages, spot out these aggressive bushes here, and right now, we see Return already starting off the Tyrant here, stacking the Shallow passive.
Okay, they drop that ultimate down, that second life not available yet, they will have it.
They will have it indeed. Right now, we see an engage coming through. 3-man knockout coming in from Wan Sulie, tearing up the backline. Right now, we see Zimo in towards the front line here, having to kite away here, but Wan finding that 4-man unconquerable army on his Sulie.
This is not ideal for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Taking away Ling Heng is already a big win. And the fact that, okay, look, they don't have to really contest for this 4-minute Tyrant anymore. Right now it's about playing the map, getting the objectives, and getting the buffs. This is more important. And this is why you see Zimo rushing all the way over to the Crimson buff to make sure that there is no steal happening.
No steal happening, but let's check out the replay real quick. Look at this. So, Wan forcing out the passive onto his Sulie here, and Moi comes up, he charges his ultimate and instantly slaps onto 3 key members of the side of Weibo Gaming.
The biggest bait ever, right? I mean, at this point, Wolf Esports, they're playing to the T. One, knowing that they were over-aggressed because he has a potential death on hands. Weibo Gaming really did come in to try and get the snipe, did not really work out. And here we go, this time it does not work for him.
Yeah, one does fall down. He does not have the passive of the Iron Colossus here. So, the Sandstorm, the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Max, does lock him into place and punishing him for extending into the river.
Oh, really? I was so curious. Does Xiao really think he would have been able to steal that? But hey, it's KPL. Anything can happen. And here comes a rotation. They want to get the T1 on the top. And it looks like Zumo, he can't do much. This is going to be a free T1.
Is it going to be a free T1 for the side of Wolves Esports towards the top lane here? And Weibo Gaming, they pay back in respect towards the side of the Geya lane towards the farm lane here. So, a bit of a handshake here from both these two teams here. As we see here, Zumo popping the ultimate here, wanting to chunk out Return and Pang here from any further follow-up here or push.
Okay, the roll comes in from Pang, and this is a little bit of a dicey situation for the side of Weibo Gaming. Ultimate drop by Juan here. They try and push them off. As the stave off the steals coming in, who does this go to? Okay, it's secured by the Wolves Esports players, so Weibo Gaming hang on. Ultimate drop by Max.
The drift comes here, coming in from Max here, forces Juan to expend the flash onto the Ying Zheng here. Once Max gets back the ultimate and the passive drift, he might look for another engage onto this flashless Ying Zheng towards the mid lane of Wolves Esports.
True, and right now, structural damage is very important for Weibo Gaming. They cannot allow Wolf Esports to play the map like that.
But Nuanyang here, he has a lot of heal thanks to his ultimate here, but he gets blown apart by the double marksman team composition coming in from Pang and Xiao's early here. This Ling Heng pick onto this jungle, he is getting punished heavily back to back.
Yeah, you expect Yang Jin to be able to lifesteal his way back into, fruition to be able to have the turnaround. But Weibo Gaming, unfortunately, was not around. They wanted to take the T1 at the top. So far, it has worked out, but immediately traded out. Hang on, one more catch.
Juan has no flash. Juan gets caught out by the Raging Sandstorm, just like we mentioned right now. Pang, he gets eliminated as well. Max drifting towards hero scores, taking 1, taking 2, eliminating the hands of Wolves Esports.
They knew the timings, right? They knew that Juan had no flash. That's why they went in, and Pang, unfortunately, the victim of a very aggressive dive coming in from Weibo Gaming. The punish comes in, they take another ball camp, and T1 in the mid, probably and likely to fall here.
Yeah, no wave clear coming in from the side of Wolves Esports here. The Yingzhen, the primary wave clear, has been taken down by the likes of Weibo Gaming. This is the consequence of what has happened. Max finding the initial flash, forcing it out of Juan. The second time he has it, it is the time where Max has that drift passive. And let's check out the replay real quick here.
Yeah, so at this point, ultimate already dropped down by Juan, right? They were trying to go in. Oh, it's the ultimate from Max that really changed the day. The slow down, allowing for the catch as well. And knowing that he has no flash, that was a horrible position to be in. They're trying to put pressure onto the Crimson Golem. Will be put into the hands of Xiao on this RD. So it's decent from the side of Wolf Esports, but they need a little bit more. Because right now, top of the go charts, it's going to be the Gerya played by Max.
And both of these two marksmen will be pivotal going to the mid game here. Their power spike and their scaling falls into this 10 to 12 minute mark when they secure that Daybreaker, when they secure that Eternity Blade. So once they have that items, you will see them pop up in the shadow objective fights.
Yes, and right now we're pretty even, right? Both farm laners, they have the Crimson buff. This is allowing them to deal a lot of true damage. Oh, here comes the knockup!
Here comes the knockout coming in from the Iron Colossus here. Max dodges away. Passive has been burned from the side of the Zuliek here. We see blinking health bars coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming here, but they do have the Diadea to heal them up back to a full just before the Shadow Tyrant here. One finding that bush camp here, immediately getting 3-man engaged there. If they were to catch out Max, that would have been dirty for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Okay, so they had to really exhaust a lot of common spells, like the flash is down for the side of Max as well as Tingir. This is going to be very scary for them, but at the same time, the flash down for one, they don't want to put themselves at risk. They go for different objectives. Wolves Esports prioritizing this Shadow Overlord, so there is a little bit more map control in comparison to the fighting prowess that's available for Weibo Gaming.
I think it's a very good approach here coming in from the side of Wolves Esports here. They know for a fact that in terms of the current lead, they are losing because Max on this Gerya is having such a strong power spike here. So being able to not just not fight the Tyrant, but also simultaneously trading away the Shadow Vanguard, it is so worth it coming in for Wolves Esports.
And they have decent wave here, right, on the side of Wolves Esports. They can put a lot more pressure and they can take a lot more value in terms of turret taking just by the lineup of Wolves Esports. That's what the composition is for anyway. So I think it's a good choice to go for that. But right now, all of this aggression and potential turnaround shut down by Weibo Gaming because of the Tyrant buff.
Yup, right now Shadow Tyrant has been secured. 40 seconds still available coming in for Weibo Gaming's Tyrant buff here. So they will want to chunk out all these outer turrets here, all these tier 2s here. So that is the name of the game for Weibo Gaming to further escalate this goal lead that they have.
Yeah, not looking good at all. They've taken a T2 on the top, and even though the Shadow Vanguards and Shadow Overlord are flying down on the bottom, unless Wolves Esports find a number advantage, there is not much value to be extracted, even with the Shadow Overlord.
But it's still a very 50-50 game right now because both teams, they are neck and neck in terms of the goal lead right now. The following fight around a specific objective will break them apart and separate them to see who really claims the lead of this game. Number 5 as Hao comes through. One wants to find an engage though, but Mengshi immediately flashes away to safety.
Oh, you can tell the heart rates are flying up in the skies on the side of Weibo Gaming. They kind of threw their ultimates a little bit prematurely. Tingir does not have his ultimate to play with. And right now, this is going to be a scary situation. If Wolves Esports get that flank, it could all be over here.
And also, Lin Heng here does not have this passive as well onto the Yang Jian right now. One looks for flash engage, catches onto Max. Max gets taken out. The primary damage source of Weibo Gaming has been eliminated. Follow suit will be Mengshi as Wolves Esports comes out on top into this team by taking down Lin Heng as well. That's 3 members now going for the side of Wolves Esports.
A big marker of success for the side of Wolves Esports, and the door is wide open. There is a minion wave on the top, and here comes the Wild Growth. This is going to be a horrible one for the side of Weibo. How can they defend against this?
Well, the Destructive Loot has been casted right now. The swords, the blades are pivoting through the faces of Tingir and Zemo here, but thanks to the wave clear here, they only lose out a single high ground turret towards the Clash lane right now. But Weibo Gaming, pivotal mistake of a positioning here coming in from Max, the main damage dealer getting caught out from the side of Wolves Esports.
And we said it, right? One mistake. This is what Wolves was waiting for. And that one cut is deep. They're gonna try and chase down the Arlie. Oh, the flash as well, making it work. Is it too far though?
Is it too far though? But Zimo gets punished heavily. I gotta say, Xiao, the movement is so darn clean here. But another Clash Dana goes into the soul as Return gets caught out in the man of no man's land.
Okay, look, once the dust settles, it is still a very big position for the side of Wolves Esports to take. Yes, you do get and secure your Crimson buff into your main farm laner, which is Max. But let's take a look at how this fight transpired, right? That God mode coming in from the Yangjian, being played by Lincoln. The knockup, that one was the biggest difference maker for the side of Wolves Esports.
So good coming in from the side of one onto this Sulier. Finding that knockup so crucial here. But jumping back to live here, we see another Shadow Tyrant hustle coming in from both of these two teams here, as we see auto attacks for auto attacks between Xiao and Max.
But look, Wolves Esports, I don't think they're too concerned, right? You just drag this fight. Make sure that you get that ultimate available for one, which is now off of cooldown. He's able to try and get the charge and knock up as well. And this is a very scary situation.
It will be a second situation as well, as we see the engage goes through as one has already taken down. He has no passive, no splash. Right now we see a fast rotation here coming in from the side of the Arlie, immediately marching towards the top side here. But three members already faltering towards the ground coming in for the side of Wolves Esports here, as Weibo Gaming, they secure the Shadow Tyrant right now. If you are the Arlie, you are in danger because this Shadow Overlord is going down extremely fast. Can Weibo Gaming secure it towards their pockets? They do not secure it as it falls towards hands of one, but 5 members are all eliminated for the side of Wolves Esports as Weibo Gaming take an ace.
Yeah, that's a big win for the side of Weibo Gaming, but for now they can't really do too much damage. They can probably take a T2 at most because there is a clear in the form of the Shadow Overlord. It will be taken down in quick succession on the side of Max. He is at level 15. And right now, let's take a look at the replay of how that fight actually happened. Because on the backlines, you could see the rotating in. But once again, the Gerya Max ultimate changing the state of the game. Catching the two most important people, Pang as well as one. And you know, once you're leaving Return in the middle of 5 members, there's no way he survives, even if he's a Charlotte.
And one, at that fight, he had everything. Frigid Charge, Flash, Ultimate. He could not use any single one of them. That was how much CC was thrown onto the Sulier.
Yep, and here comes the recovery. This is a T3 taken, and you know, look, all the advantage gone. Now, Weibo Gaming, they have to play this safe. They just have to back off. It is still within their control to come back into this game. Even though they have that financial advantage, they need the map control as well.
They need the map control due to the fact that Xiao and Huan risk their lives to secure that Shadow Overlord here. So it's a risky play, but it does stop any further push here coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming here. Currently holding about 3,000 gold lead here as they want to look for an important engager as 3-man knockup coming in from one here. Immediate disengager. He does not have flash. He does not have any form of engager. He is potentially left to dry here, but on towards the backline here. Return. Looks for the flank onto the backline members of Weibo Gaming here, but Zimo is here. He slices. He dices. He removes Xiao and Wen from the side of Wolves Esports as he is not done. He takes down Pang. He takes down Return. 4 kills for the side of Weibo Gaming as they look for the final push.
Yep, this is guaranteed T3 for them. They're looking for the ending as well. This could be 3-1 in favor of Weibo Gaming. All they have to do is to push the waves out. They're stopping him from coming in. Juan will not survive. And game number 4 goes into the hands of Weibo Gaming. 3-1. Match point underway.
Currently sitting at 3-1, securing the match point right now. They are in the driver's seat here, kid. They are looking to close this series with a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, but a little heart-wrenching for the side of Wolves Esports fans because they were doing quite well in the early parts of the game. Unfortunately, Weibo Gaming, what a way to come back, man.
What a way of coming back, I'm just telling you. You win thanks to one's engage on the Sulier. You lose also because one cannot find the engage on the key members here. Take a look at all these wins that they have. It was one finding the backline engage onto Max Gerya. If he cannot find Gerya, there is no win per se.
That's true. I mean, end of the day, the damage being brought over to Weibo Gaming, they did not get a single kill, even though they had I would say a beautiful setup, right? The one knockup with his ultimate was actually pretty good, but there was no follow-up that was strong enough to be able to take the members of Weibo Gaming out. And bear in mind, this is a fight that Zimo was not around. When he came in, they were already low. They had no more options to explore on the side of Wolves Gaming, Wolves Esports.
This really boils down to execution, Kin. If the execution of one is to look for these big engages, you have to find these big engages through the mistakes of the enemy team here. But mistakes don't come by often when your team is fully ready. Mistakes come by often when you find the angle here. One, not being able to find a perfect engage also results to the fact that Zimo was nowhere to be seen around the engage area here. So it's a bit of execution error, as you mentioned.
It's quite difficult, right? Because we did see return the clash lane for the side of Wolves Esports. He did come with the flank on the backlines, but unfortunately it came a little bit too late. It would have been better if he actually synchronized with one during the knockup of the ultimate for the Sulia. If he had jumped in with the power gradation at the same time, I think they would have had the numbers advantage because they would have been able to take out a couple of the members on the side of Weibo Gaming.
But one thing's for sure as well, Kin. Max on this Goya has been phenomenal here, finding the proactive engages. And I gotta say, the reflex onto this young farm laner coming in from Weibo Gaming, holy, so clean and so fast.
Yes, the Goya really found a lot of success and value for the side of Weibo Gaming, not only because of the positioning, but also because of the ultimates, right? The slow coming in from the Sandstorm was really what changed a lot of fights against Wolves Esports, because they caught important members like Wan, they got important members like Pang, and also Juan, three of the main turnaround conditions on the side of Wolves Esports. And take a look at the damage. There was a lot coming up from Wan, 104,000, but damage does not matter if you don't get the kills.
Indeed, and this is coming from a control mage. He's meant to do all this damage from afar here, but Goya on the hands of Max, he's just finding engage after engages onto these backlines here. The raging sandstorm towards the backline, so efficient with them.
Yeah, and we talked about the synergy of the ultimates, right? With Weibo Gaming, they have good synergy with the AoE ultimates, and that's exactly the strike they played to. And the moment you're so concerned about, hey, I got caught in the sandstorm, I got caught in the destructive deluge, then you kind of take your eyes off of Yang Jie, which was played by Ling Hen. And for the first time, look, Ling Hen did not have a good early game. They were diving him like nuts, right? Crazy. They were so hungry for his kills, they got it. But unfortunately, when you play at the late game, where the damage starts to come out from your mid laners in the form of the Lady Zhen, it comes out in the form of the Sandstorm for Max in this Goya pick. It makes no difference because then you're controlled and all that lead they had blown out of the water.
Look at this chart here, Ken. Look at this octagram, I think. It's red!
Yeah, completely red, right? And this is so hard to see because I think Wolves Esports did well. They actually did well in the first half of the game. They got their initial T3 at the top. It was a big open wound. But the moment you allow Weibo Gaming to get the strats right with the correct timings, it will cost you the game. And the MVP responsible for the downfall of Wolves Esports in game number 4, it has to be the Goya. So Max here dealing 31.8% of the team's hero damage and taking actually quite a lot for a farm laner, 17%.
Because he is the main focal point coming in from all these backline engages, and especially when we talk about the chart that we saw just now coming in from the Clash laners, the Charlotte actually dealt a lot of damage towards this backline, and this one was the key difference maker here. This one, yeah, you see there's some bit of a poke here. This exact flash, this exact river strat that we see is the start of everything here, and this one, forcing out the flash, this led up to this eventual catch that this Goya did onto this Yingzhen.
I really like this, right? Because you really get to see those little micro plays make a huge difference, right? The cooldown, obviously, for Goya's ultimate is going to be much faster in comparison to a 120-second cooldown flash. And once again, the sandstorms have been on point because now this time also in collaboration with the destructive deluge for Lady Zhen. So really maximizing the efficiency and value of the ultimate usage. And you know, when there's so much pressure, nobody gets their hands on Max. He is free to ride and shoot.
Look at that! Immediate response here coming in from Max onto the bailout, onto the Sulia engager. This is reaction time we're talking about, so darn fast.
Yeah, and you know what? They were baited in because the members looked a little low on the side of Weibo Gaming. But this one was where Zimo put maximum value. Of course, I'm very curious how the comms were like, so let's hear it.
动调位，别急，动调位。哎，能看我位置吗？红背，红背，下血，可以下血。红背，红背拉过了，红背拉过了，卷了，卷了，卷了，拉过了，没拉过了，没拉，慢慢打，慢慢打，慢慢打，慢慢打，慢慢打。阿果定了，阿果定了。拆了，追线，追线，追线。上线，上线，上线一波，上线一波，没下线，没一波，对下线，对下线，对。猫麦包到了，包到了。没打没打，你先拖，你先拖。阿里就一个一技能，就一个一技能，兄弟们，你们拖住我这一波了。阿里就一个一技能。别让他拉龙，别让他拉龙。阿里定住了，没事，我跑楼了。我去，来得及，坚定的，坚定，来得及，来得及。注意探草，注意探草，我前面草没草。注意他草，注意他草。我前面草没草，我前面。F4没有，F4没有。注意探草，没下，没下。没事，牛速烈，别人云叫牛速烈，就牛速烈，就牛速烈。我一慢，别急。牛速烈，F4多快？我上了，我定了，骆驼没闪，骆驼没闪，兄弟，抓骆驼，可以了，可以了，可以了，骆驼没闪，追阿古，追，别太急，追，信我，追。别太急，上一波，拉回，一波了，没事，他再出来把他杀了，一波了，我能闪停他，过来，杀了，行了，来次，加油。
Lovely, right? I think super excited. You can tell by the comms, they were trying to make sure that they stay calm and composed. And I think that's very important because now, because of their success, they're on the cusp of winning the entire series 4-1 again.
Whew. 3-1 right now is the current scoreline here. And talk about composure here. Like, even though you're in such like a high moment here, that was no easy game here. It was so back and forth until the mid-game propulsion. And for this exact reason, Weibo Gaming, they found success after success in team fights, and they played that composure into a winning team fight, into more composure in ending the game smoothly and cleanly.
True. I mean, the way that they communicated during that last fight, right, where the comms were coming in really clear. They were telling the teammates that, hey, nobody has flash left on the side of Wolves Esports. We can go in. And of course, there were a couple of moments. For those of you that don't understand Mandarin, don't worry, we'll walk you through it. They were telling them to not rush the situation because they had the numbers advantage. It was just one soul member left in the form of Huai, and they could easily take that crystal down.
Whew. If you are SK and you are Wolves Esports coach and players, you have to lock in right now. You have to think that, it's time to bring out the trump cards that we are preparing for AG or TTG, because right now, in front of you is not them. In front of you is Weibo Gaming, pointing their sword towards your throat, trying to silence your chance towards the playoffs contention of the champion title of the KPL Summer 2025.
And this is why it's so scary, right? Because even in KPL, when you're playing across all these different teams, if you take a look at the last fight, if regardless of what your proficiency is, I'm pretty sure looking at the Weibo members' life bars, you would have said we can go for more, right? The knockout was clean from one, but they just didn't have the ability to finish the fight.
The last one especially, when we saw back the replay, one found like a 4-man engage, even though Max was able to react on time. The thing is, yes, it's a beautiful engage, but there was no one near you. It was Zimo. It was everyone just peeling away, and there's no follow-up coming from the likes of the Wolves members. Everyone was just scattered all around. No one could follow up on time.
And once again, the control, right? Look, he this time managed to get the frigid charge. Unfortunately, was not able to do much more than that. And I think, once again, it comes down to the timing of the skill usage and how do you make that synergy work for yourself? Because they forced everyone on the side of Wolves Esports to expand every single resource. Ultimates were dropped, common spell would drop, and once you had nothing left, Zimo came in. Like I don't know, a holy ring coming down from the skies, he just melted them all.
Oh yeah, he melted them all. He went in like a true warrior, slicing and dicing like a mighty conqueror, destroying all hopes from the side of Wolves Esports in that game final push here. And right now, for the 5th time of the day here, we have both of these two teams here seated already and ready for game number 5's eventual drive.
Right, game number 5. This could end the day for us because right now, look, Weibo Gaming fans, they are like, guys, finish the job. 4-1. Do a repeat performance from the other day, and we will meet Talent Gaming in the lower bracket finals as well. These are your picks so far. Still some room to wiggle around in terms of prior picks, but this time Weibo Gaming goes for blue side. They get prior pick.
They do get prior pick as well, and we think about blue side, right? Is it time to look at the Haiyue? Because so far, Haiyue has been consistently banned due to her capability in isolating 1v1s, isolating these solo or mono flank compositions here. So, is that going to be showing light in this upcoming draft? I really want to see what Weibo Gaming's coach Lin or Wolves Esports coach SK have in store for us.
You want that prior pick? I want a different prior pick. I want the Jing. I want to see the FMVP Jing. And right off the bat, Weibo Gaming, they're going to start off with the Master Luban ban, and Wolves take out Kong Kong
It makes sense, right? Because you look at Mengxi, he had such a good Master Luban game back in game number 1. You can't give him Kong Kong such a volatile and strong pick that gives you so much room just like the Liang.
Oh, no.
So all this limits up the roamers pool right now, as we see. Viewers as well, they are pointing at that 4-1 towards our producer camera.
Jing? No, okay, Haiyue first. So, I mean, they take out a Shi, which is also one of the main concerns of a Jing player, right? You don't want to get pulled away when you dive in a little bit too deep. So, Wolves Esports also take away the Liang. And I think this is a cause of concern. Weibo Gaming, these next 2 picks can really change the position that they bring into game number 5.
So Wolves Esports here, they answer back with a Byron and Goya right now. So, Byron and Goya, the similarity between these 2 picks, they are extremely strong in terms of the early to mid game team fights. Very strong zone control and very strong skirmishes here. But we talk about early game here. You can't forget about Weibo Gaming picking up the FMVP pay against the Pang.
No. Yeah, no, this one's hard, man. You pick up the Guan Yu, right? Which is the known counter is Haiyue. Now you have both on your team. At the same time, Weibo Gaming, both teams have access to Tai Zhenren, right? Zhenren giving you the extra life. I want to see if Wolves Esports gonna try and snap that up. But for now, it's open for the ban.
It's open for the ban for both of these 2 teams here, as Goya has been released to the pool for side of Wolves Esports here. So, if you're Wolves Esports here, you're gonna be thinking like, hey, I can ban out 1 or 2 of these roamers here and secure 1 for myself here, or I can triple down and ban out even more marksmen here, because just like we mentioned here, first 4 games, all those marksmen, you cannot be using them anymore.
That's true. I mean, maybe Weibo Gaming, they want to have insurance in the form of a late game composition as well for the farm lane. So maybe picking out Soyue. I mean, there's Erin as well. This is like a similar playstyle to the Goya as well. I want to see how that is going to pan out for both sides.
Well, just like what we planned so far, Wolves Esports, they ban out the low. They also start to prioritize some of these bans towards the roamer right now. Weibo Gaming as well, banning out the Donghuang as well. So, you have all these picks here being removed from the pool that is notoriously known to be able to do single lockdown here. And who doesn't like a single lockdown? It is the Guan Yu, on who none other than Zimo. This man is having a fantastic series so far.
Oh really? They pick out the Zhenren as well. So Zhenren now taking out the hero pool, and this is going to open up a lot of doors because now both teams have to take a huge risk. There is no extra life to play around with.
There is still the Zhuangzi as well that may do decent counter against a Guan Yu here. Just that I'm not sure Wolves Esports would they want to fall back into such a soft roamer here. They do give way for the final roamer counter pick to the hands of 1 in towards this roamer role here. They secure the Boomcat towards the mid lane here, as if we know Boomcat's one thing for sure, yes, he has a lot of poke, yes, he has a lot of mobility here, but he hates it when the enemy can engage onto you, such of the like of the Guan Yu.
True, I mean, the consideration for Zhuangzi is definitely available, but Weibo Gaming, they have huge burst potential, right? And they have a huge net to cast as well. So a lot of control, once again, this time Haiyue with the Mirage, you have Guan Yu with the Razor Cavalry, and you have Mengxi on this Mozi, which is going to be just an absolute nuisance with the Cannon Blast. Yes, you have the far range poke in the form of Huan in the Kaboom pick, but oh, Zhonghui, okay, we get the Kui. Wow, is this gonna work out though?
Well, he hasn't locked it in yet, but if it's a pick that he wants to show in the lower bracket semifinals, it is the best time to show it now because this is regarding your potential elimination for the grand finals contention here. Time is ticking here. Wolves Esports, they are still hesitating. Clock is ticking here. Potentially 5 more seconds until they lock the eventual pick being Huaizhen.
Oh no, Huaizhen, this is a big pick against the likes of Weibo Gaming. So for those of you that are new to Huaizhen has an ultimate that allows him to absorb projectiles and take a portion of the damage, right? But is also able to return that damage to a corresponding opponent. So this could be a make or break pick for the side of Wolves Esports.
And especially Huaizhen, he gives so much shielding potential, and the reason why he's so strong is also because of his strong laning phase. His auto attacks, being able to pull you in, being able to heal himself, 4 different auto attacks, and being able to absorb that projectile just like Kim mentioned, and returning back to your faces here. This pick, we'll have to see how one pulls it off because this is regarding the potential elimination match.
Yeah, look, if they falter here, Wolves Esports will be knocked out, and Weibo Gaming will move ahead in the lower bracket finals tomorrow against Talent Gaming. But for now, we don't talk about things that have not happened yet. Let's take a look. They have to make this work. Weibo Gaming in the lead, 3-1, match point, series point against Wolves Esports.
It is now or never, do or die for Wolves Esports here as they are being backed into a corner by Weibo Gaming here. Breaking down the draft from both of these two teams here, we have the early game potential coming in from Lin Heng onto this pick here. We have seen Pang play this back in game number 1, but to no avail, they did lose out the series here. Can Lin Heng prove to the world, prove to the KPL audience that he is the better pick in the series?
I think it's going to be a tough challenge, right? Because look, the Huaizhen pick on 1, I think it's something that really hurts the composition of Weibo Gaming because they have a lot of range projectiles and you know, skill shots or basic attacks coming in from their composition. And the only one that really can make a difference is going to be Zimo on the Guan Yu. He's a great player, he's performed really well today, but is he going to be able to pull that Razor Cavalry to the T because you have a lot of control on the Wolves lineup as well?
That will have to be answered by Zimo because this man has had a phenomenal tournament so far, especially today in this series here. Can they pull through and push up one more win, or will be the resilient Wolves being able to bring this series to a game number 6 that they desperately need to force it to a potential ultimate battle here, kid?
Yeah, Wolves fans are not unfamiliar to this. They know that, hey, it doesn't matter if the other team has 3 wins already, they can definitely come back, but it's going to be a scary experience. Let's hear the fans share it out because they need all the support in the one.
Already seeing a fast rotation here coming from the side of Weibo Gaming thanks to the high year here, but bot side though, Max getting chunked out entirely by Xiao and 1 towards this farm lane.
Really, Max, he wants to go in as well. It's looking a little bit dicey. One more hit, it's gonna do it. The flash committed, but it's gonna be a big mistake. Max, can they do it? One more hit, the flash committed as well, and it's gonna be first blood. Weibo Gaming have a great start once again.
Meng Xi, the man in the rover role for Weibo Gaming, beautiful setup to set up Max and Tingyue for that first blood, forcing out the flash onto 1, forcing out the flash onto Xiao.
Yeah, look at the heart rate on Max. I think my heart rate would be a lot higher because that was a very tense situation. Another rolling raid trying to get a snipe in, and both farm laners playing it to so close to the heart this one.
Wow, what an early aggression here coming in from both teams here. And off screen, we see Return and Juan also burning out their common spell flash as well here. And towards the bottom side of your screen here, Lin Heng, this season has you pay 13 games, winning out 8 of them with an average goal per minute of 784.
Yeah, that's actually quite a respectable amount, right? In a level as high as KPL, this is something that needs to be a cause of concern for the side of Wolves Esports. And we'll see. So far, giving away the first blood over to the side of Weibo Gaming is not the way you want to start this potential last game of the series.
Oh yeah, and also one thing's for sure, Goya does not do well against Lady Sun in lane, so losing out the lane so early on towards the game here forces out this lane swap of the Goya towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and straight away they already have the initial rotations. We are about 2.5 minutes in, and another 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds more, we will have that first prior engagement. Now, Wolves Esports, do they really want to try and contest this? Because they are already losing in 1,000 worth of gold.
Well, 1,000 worth of gold is a large number coming into 2 minutes 40 seconds of the game right now. We see Tingyue onto this Haiyue once again collecting the neutral objective of the River Sprite right now. Going towards the hands of Ling Heng onto this pay.
Okay, so they buy a little bit more time for themselves, right? Right now, Return has to stay in lane. This is going to open up the map a little bit more for Weibo Gaming to really get the farm in. And they will have faster rotations, which is a cause of concern for the side of Wolves Esports.
And this early game so far, 3 minutes in, I gotta say, Kin, Weibo Gaming, they are riding on that momentum here and they are being so relentless with these rotations here.
True. The difficult part for Wolves Esports now is that I don't think Juan is going to bring too much value as the Kaboom as compared to Tingyue, because they are a level, like there's a deficit in terms of gold. Itemization is going to be a little bit different. So Juan needs to have like absolute perfect positioning to be able to bring out maximum value of this Kaboom.
And you just mentioned about the Haiyue, right? So right now, moving on towards the 4th minute mark, he has options, right, this Haiyue. He can either lock you in 1v1 against the jungle, allowing them to finish up the Tyrant here, or flashing in and capturing a Squishy, forcing that 1v1 potential.
True. Actually, if they get the shutdown, if Tingyue manages to get his hands on Pang with the Mirage, then it's not ideal. Wolves Esports are already a little bit behind in terms of farm, so they need this Tyrant to be able to keep pace with the side of Weibo Gaming as well.
And we see rotations already happening for the side of Weibo Gaming and Wolves Esports here. Both of them want to collapse on this Tyrant in game number 5 here. But the priority of both junglers here will be to collect their buffs first, as now they put their eyes onto this prize possession.
One is taking a little bit too much damage. They're not really comfortable if you're a Wolves Esports fan, but they have to give it up. So that positional advantage working out in their favor. Wolves Esports secure the first Tyrant of the game.
Still a very good consolation prize coming in for Wolves Esports. They desperately need something happening on the map for them to get going right now. 4 minutes into the game here, we see the first items here being picked up by all these laners here, especially the double carries here coming in for Weibo Gaming. Lin Heng and Max have secured their first items.
Okay, Wolves Esports, they're looking for an opening. This is not going to be in time. They will get that secure onto the Azure Golem, but they're looking for a little bit more. Do they really want to over-aggress? T1 at the top open for some pressure.
I think they have to give this away to Weibo Gaming here because this is a 5-man rotation towards mid lane here, and Lin Heng here might get execution onto Wander as he gets taken down.
And the trade-off is a T1 at the top. I'll take that trade any day. Another catch on the side of Weibo Gaming. Is there more? Ultimate committed by 1, but there is nothing. No value for that ultimate usage. At the same time, T1 at the bottom has taken a fall. Wolves Esports take the Tyrant buff, but it's Weibo Gaming that get the advantage.
And Zemo once again forcing out the flash off the hands of Xiao right now. This Kaiser is going in, but to no avail. No follow-up comes by for the side of Wolves Esports against Pang.
Look at the advantage. Weibo Gaming sent Tingyue onto the top lane. They have that lane advantage as well. And now, Wolves Esports, they play on the timing of Weibo Gaming instead.
I'm telling you, Weibo Gaming is having such a good rotational advantage right now. They are everywhere on the map, and Max, so far onto this Lady Sun, is unbothered and is having a field day so far with the farm.
Yeah, and look, the rotations coming in, very clean, right? There isn't too much aggression in terms of trying to take a team fight. Weibo Gaming is just playing the map very cleanly right now. Let's take a look at a replay of this particular situation here.
So we see a cannon blast immediately landing onto Juan here. Juan flashes away from the thing inside the box here, but as of this point here, the damage has already been done here, and if you want to run away from a pay, you gotta have more than just 2 legs.
True. Mercy also helped to tank the turrets, so there wasn't too much turret damage onto the life on the side of Ling Heng, right? So there's no punish coming in. They get the kill, they get out safely, and right now, there is no other aggression coming in from the side of Wolves Esports. They can't really do much.
They can't really do much indeed, as they are getting a chokehold from the side of Weibo Gaming here. In terms of scaling, I gotta give it over to Weibo Gaming, as Lady Sun is one of the best late game farm lanes right now, and Return here gets caught out.
Okay, not an ideal situation as the wraparound comes in. Can they get the stun? Mengxi with the cannon blast, just providing a lot of value, right? And this is something that's really concerning on the side of Wolves Esports because they're trying to get the value out of Juan, but it's not coming.
And Mengxi, just like you mentioned, this Mozi has been providing so much room for the side of Weibo Gaming to creep in and get all these leads.
You know what's scary? I'm really concerned because most of these fights we have not seen Tingyue use his Mirage yet, right? He has not locked a important member of the side of Wolves Esports down, and they're already winning the team fights, right? Yes, it's just 2 kills, simple ones, but they have not hit the peak yet. So Weibo Gaming, there is more to offer.
There is indeed more to offer, just like you mentioned, right? So without using the Moonscape Mirage, you just stand there and you're like, oh, he hasn't used the Mirage yet, but bottom side, the Linhun gets caught out.
Yeah, 3-on-1, the backup comes, the save comes in from the side of Zemo as well, and they want to go for more, the push away, but the Tiger has been tamed, taken down. What more can they do? They make a trade though, it's going to be jungler for jungler. Even all the life in the world will not be enough. Hang on, one more hit is going to do it. Will they really let him escape? It looks like they will, because there is no follow-up. Okay, so Pang takes a fall, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. So Wolves, this is not ideal for them.
But still, towards the backside, we saw Max single-handedly flanking Xiao in, what, 4 members? He flanked him under 4 members here. That is like a secret agent play coming out from Weibo's Max.
We'll probably take a look at the replay. I'm pretty sure production will show us that, you know, who got that kill first, right? So if it's Max over Xiao, I think it puts them in a much worse position on the side of Wolves Esports. But for now, to make matters worse, at this 8-minute mark, close to 9, Weibo Gaming will have access to the Tyrant. Not the Shadow variants, thankfully, for the side of Wolves Esports fans, but still, Tyrant buff is not going to be fun to play against.
But damn, 2,000 gold lead already being accumulated by the hands of Weibo Gaming here. Gold lead is just getting accumulated more and more as time goes on here. This lady soon, it's a known counter against the Geya due to the fact that she outbursts the Geya.
True. Okay, they have a saving grace, so Xiao does have the Crimson buff, so that is going to be important. The other member actually is 1. That Crimson buff going to expire at this point. And now we will take a look. Linhun did get that Crimson buff for himself, so he's the one responsible for getting that burst damage in. And we'll see. Positioning of Max and as well as the mid lane for Tingyue. That's going to be really vital. This was a dive.
And this was a dive here, so Linhun here gets caught out in no man's land by 4 members coming in for the side of Weibo. So right now, you see for a fact that, hey, look at the ladies on the minimap here. Camping the Geya here immediately, looking for the assassination here, burning the flash for flash exchange here. As right now, 10 minutes in here, everyone is well equipped with items right now. Gold lead is in the bare minimum here. Who will come out on top in this Shadow Tyrant fight?
Dude, the timing of the flash was good, but unfortunately he had to give his life up. But right now, Max does have his flash available. The poke damage is coming out from the side of Wolves Esports, but for now, the main person we want to look at is Return. I like the way he is positioned, but gets scouted out.
But gets scouted out by Mengzi. Mengzi here, pretty good of a stun here, but look at Return here, wants to look for an ultimate here. Moonscape Mirage has been committed.
Yeah, they captured the jungle, but on the other side, can they get the kill? The Tiger is being hurt. Linhun lost in no man's land, but the save comes in, the thing inside the box. They might have to give his life away. The Tyrant will be reset, but it is the damage galore coming in. They get the kill. Zimo finds his hands onto Xiao, finds his hands onto 1 as well, and the Wolves have to retreat. There is no pack.
Mengxi with the thing inside the box flash to bail his jungle out of safety. And my goodness, Zimo and Tingyue carrying up the backline. This duo is such a menace.
And it's a difficult position. Linhun does have his smite as well. They can choose to engage, and it's Zimo. He gets a nice setup on the team, and it's going to be returning to the grave at this point. Pang is alive. He does his smite as well, but he's up against 5 different members on the side of Weibo Gaming. Can he get the steal? He wants to go in. Not gonna happen. The thing inside the box once again slows him down. They might have to give a trade. No, they get out as well. No punishment coming in from the side of Wolves Esports.
But it does seem to me like Wolves, at the very least, due to the blinking health boss coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming here, they have an angle to start committing onto this Shadow Overlord as a consolation prize here. Look at Zimo here. He's pumping gas. He wants to look for this big flank.
Okay, they are looking for the flank as well. Zumo wants to try and push them away. Get the stuns in. Will not secure it, but the kills are coming. That's going to be a first kill onto Xiao. There is no more damage. One more catch. Hopefully for the side of Zumo, he does push them back. And even with the invincible warrior, he's not so invincible anymore. Mirage committed as well. Catches another member. And this should be the end of the lifeline. One more stun. Gets it. Not enough damage just yet. Have they overcommitted? They get the kill onto Max. But that's a decent trade when you have taken 2 kills off the board of Wolves Esports.
Zumo is unstoppable in this Guan Yu. He's finding sets after sets after sets for the team here. But fortunately for the side of Wolves Esports here, Pang is so tanky thanks to the invincible warrior here. Max overextending, getting baited out and getting punished.
And once again, they are putting pressure. This Crimson Golem will be secured by the side of Lingham. He's going to have a lot of damage. That little stat that popped up, 14,000 worth of hero damage in a singular fight. That was insane. So let's take a look at how that fight went down.
So at the start, everyone was thinking like, oh, you want to go for the steal here? But no. Lin Heng wanted to go for the assassination onto Xiao's Geya here. And as of this point, look at the mechanical prowess here onto this Guan Yu for the side of Zumo here. Pushback after pushback, but unfortunately, Max goes in, gets bonked up, gets sent off, gets CC, and is going down here. But fight breaks through towards here.
Yep, they get the kill on the Ling Heng. This is not ideal for the side of Weibo Gaming. Potentially, Wolves Esports, they might have gotten their hands on another valuable target. Zumo will have to use his dash out, does not want to commit his ultimate, and he will make it out safely. But the main problem for the side of Weibo Gaming is they need to put a little bit more defense. T2 at the bottom should be secured by the Shadow Vanguards and Overlord.
And it's a 4v5 situation in favor of Wolves Esports right now. It is goal time for the side of the Hungry Wolves right now. It is their time right now to secure whatever this lead that they have given over to the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yep, their 5 seconds is due with T3 at the bottom being put under pressure. One more ultimate by the Geya. Xiao does have that advantage. They get the T3 even though there is backdoor protection. They have the damage. And right now the map suddenly turns in favor of Wolves Esports.
You can never count out Wolves Esports as they are hungry and they are biting back ferociously. That catch onto Ling Hong was so darn crucial in allowing them to secure this important tier 3 in towards bottom lane.
Yeah, the numbers advantage is definitely very important, right? The fact that they took down Lin Heng, which was one of the main damage dealers on the side of Weibo Gaming, really hurt them quite bad because he was the pushing force against Wolves Esports, and that exposes the positioning of Max as well.
And look at the goal lead, right? Between Lin Heng and Pang. Single-handedly almost 3,000 by one character here. So if you die as Lin Heng here, you remove all your goal lead from the map of Weibo Gaming.
True, that big advantage not going to be present anymore. And now this is going to be what I deem as a very important fight, right? Because if they win this and they get a clear on the opponent team, it could potentially spell an entry into the crystal as well. They're looking for the flank on the sidelines. Xiao drops his ultimate as well. It's going to be a 1v4. He still gets the kill. Ling Heng trades his life for Xiao on the backlines. A nice catch into the thing inside the box. Beautiful by Zumo as well as Mengshi. Good combination. The Mirage placed down. Flash committed by 1. There is no more lifeline to be had. Max is still alive and very healthy.
Zumo and Mengshi once again with the duo play here. That was insanity. Pushing Juan into the warm grasp of the thing inside the box is just so darn nasty. And we look at Zumo right now wanting to finish up the kill onto one as one has nowhere to run, as that is not your base, that is your demise.
Dude, One is buying so much time. He's running for his life. He might give his life, but hey, he bought so much time. And now Pang, they have an option to go in for this take. Ling Heng is alive, but the damage is not sufficient. They might have to try and steal this on the side of Weibo Gaming.
But it's a 4v3 angle coming in for the side of Wolves Esports as the Dreamscape Mirage has been committed.
Okay, so they get the catch. It will be secured by Max this time. Invincible Warrior going to be committed, but 2-on-1 is not going to work out in their favor. As well as some more users of Razor Cavalry. So what if you have much more lifesteal and health regeneration? We're going to melt you down. And Xiao, he's looking a little bit unsafe at this point because the rush down is coming in. Max joined by his teammate as well. They will get the kill on the return. It's a 3-on-1, 4-1 as he's looking at the end of the road and Xiao is taken down. It's going to be 4 members strong coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming.
4v2 situation being escalated for the side of Weibo Gaming here. World's Esports, they really need to find a way to stop this push from happening here, because this will harm their path towards the grand finals, towards the lower bracket finals. The first tier 3 goes down. Death timers, 22 seconds, 15 seconds onto the side laners.
Yep, success is in sight for the side of Weibo Gaming. They know they have to play this safe, so they're gonna back off first. They still have a little bit of the primal bond left, about less than 30 seconds. Right now is to deal economic damage, right? Take out all the buffs. But let's take a look at how that fight went down. The Mirage was the big game changer here.
The Mirage is a big game changer. Look at Zemo here, single-handedly zoning everyone. The double carry from the side of Wolves Esports cannot enter the fight as long as this Guan Yu is within their sights. And as of this point, 3v1 situation being escalated from the side of Weibo Gaming here. You cannot run away even if you are a drifter known as the Goya here. 4v1 situation gets taken down, but man, what a nasty combo coming in from Zemo and Mengshi. This Guan Yu, this Mozi, absolutely well played.
True, I mean, he spent a little bit more time, Zemo, that is trying to push away Juan as well. Here comes a potential engage. The deterrence is there. The stun comes in as well. No flank available just yet, but you can see, yep, he's hiding on the backlines. They jump in. Can they get the kill? They do take out Ting Yue. There's a great start for the side of Worlds Esports, and maybe Zemo. Oh, once again, another 3-man catch with the thing inside the box, and this could be game very much over. They get the kill on the return as well. All the damage in the world is going to come in the form of Weibo Gaming, and they get the final blow. One more member left in the form of Pang as they get the final kill onto Juan. 4-on-1. Is this the end of Wolves Esports?
Mengshi with the Mozi once again. 3-man thing inside the box. He cannot be stopped. Weibo Gaming cannot be stopped. Right now, they are looking towards the crystal as they take the series 4-1 against Wolves Esports. Weibo Gaming is your lower bracket finalist.
Alright, congratulations to Weibo Gaming here. What a beautiful performance, just playing in great synergy with each other. Look, the lineup from the side of Wolves Esports was not bad as well, but unfortunately, when you're not allowed to play the way you want, this is what happens.
Can't spell Zemo without Mozi here, kid. I gotta say, this Clash Lane and Roamer combo is just so darn nasty. So many of these engages here, done by the Mozi, done by the Guan Yu here. Their proactiveness is just off the charts in this series.
Yep, I like this, right? This is how you're supposed to win series, especially at the top tier competition for HOK. So KPL, we have the creme de la cremes. Weibo Gaming showing you exactly why this composition is so scary. It's a very messy fight, let's be honest, right? The Mirage coming in, the setups by the thing inside the box, and you have to deal with Guan Yu, who is most of the time out of sight, but not out of mind.
My goodness, it is so difficult for us to choose a MVP out of this specific game, because the Mozi and the Guan Yu, whew, splendid things. But we congratulate Weibo Gaming being able to qualify themselves towards the next stager, as they will be your minimum 3rd place in this tournament as they join TT Gaming in the lower bracket finals. The champions, the winners of that series, will face off AG in the grand finals of this tournament of KPL Summer 2025.
True, one more step before that is to take down Talent Gaming. But let's talk a little bit about the contenders here. They tried the best, unfortunately only taking one game in this series. It's Wolves Esports we're talking about. They had a strong performance in KPL. Unfortunately, they did not hit the mark today.
They indeed did not hit the mark today. It may be due to draft, it may be due to their capabilities, their nerves striking them. They made it a long way, start of the season, going to Group S, going to the current state of being top 4 of the entire KPL here. We congratulate their growth, their achievement thus far into the summer season here, but this is where they bid goodbye.
True, I mean, it's a very stressful situation, and going up against one of the top teams in the form of Beijing, Weibo Gaming, this is no easy feat, and unfortunately the Wolves have taken a fall in this particular part of the summer season. So we'll send our goodbyes. We'll have a short documentary about them later on, and we will, plan for their return into KPL again, because this one was not their story to be told.
It is indeed not their story to be told. Today they are not the main characters, but this is HOK Esports. You fall and you find ways to claw back. You find ways to improve, and maybe it's not today. Today is not the day for Wolves, but eventually they will come back, and they will come back victorious in the later seasons, in the later stages of the KPL, in the HOK Esports ecosystem here. But this is where they bid goodbye as we thank them for their valiant efforts in this season.
That's true. So Wolves Esports, I think we will have a recap of their journey so far, and we'll take a look at that documentary right about now.
其实春季赛应该已经散，只是 A 赛离太近了，调整不了，就大家一起硬撑就又打完了。哎，说实话，当时那个氛围、那个感觉的话，应该是有点难打的。说实话，
因为感觉那会儿过得就比较压抑，那时候就感觉浑身不自在那种感觉。
可以选择直接电掉水晶，让我们恭喜广州 TTG。
赛场的喧嚣过后，留给大家的是说不出的苦涩。6强，队史最差成绩。ACL 结束之后，重庆狼队内部分崩离析，管理层迫切想寻找一位能带领队伍重返巅峰的教练。他既需高情商，能驱散队内阴郁，也需要身经百战。 用经验与荣誉服众。夏季赛启幕前夕，7冠教练 SK 正式官宣加入狼队。
刚来的时候肯定，反正成绩不是很理想嘛，大家其实状态都是有点散的，就包括有几个人也想做转会嘛，甚至有人也不想打了，状态很消沉嘛。他们现在内损消耗有点大，目标是一致的，所以就是怎么去维修这一块吧。
布置指定英雄的对局任务，每月增加的例会和考试 ，SK 将8页训练室守则贴在最醒目的位置。
就是来的第一件事情就是立规矩嘛。
他训练室刚来的那一天就制定了很多规则嘛，就先把我们的心态摆正嘛。
赛训完善后，他还单独找了每个选手1对1谈话，了解每个人的内心状态是队伍重建的基础。
第二个就是了解大家。
SK 刚来的时候就是各自找我们私下聊天嘛，
了解一下每个人就输了以后就心理状态嘛。
SK 对归期的总结是一个有严格规划的人，任何事都不能影响他对自己的规划。
他感觉40分到，就是如果我定下规矩，如果40分有一天改到35分了，他就会感觉你怎么能侵占我5分钟的时间？就是他一直都是这种小孩的。
我不喜欢有突然的安排吧。
就算父亲想插手他的规划，也无从下手。
我当时打了1年，他还叫我回去，我当时都懵了。我说你在说什么？就那种 Are you kidding me 这种感觉，就是你在逗我笑吗？
对于小胖 ，SK 的总结更加精准。
就主要是骑士打比赛，是他人生最大2个最开心的事情。
啊，真香！你看哪个上吗？
小胖的饮食爱好也侧面颠覆了风萧在之前对小胖的认知。
我根本没办法想象小胖的步伐是这么轻盈的，我当时就觉得，原来他为了吃饭可以这样子啊！你走这么快的吗？
现在在队伍当中是一个什么样的角色？
单翻的角色。
短时间内了解选手，并不是 SK 的天分，而是用最直接的方法陪伴且信任。
因为每次我都是提前半小时来到基地的，要给他们的感觉就是啥呢？就是教练也是这样的。 就别感觉你们训练很晚，大家都不在了。其实教练组其实都在的，我们教练组都是在陪的，还有包括木安也陪啊。
就感觉就教练组就是基本上都投入在我们身上吧，
基本上他都在，待挺久的他。
反正来的时候我是都能看见他，走的时候也能看见他。
教练的以身作则和陪伴，让重庆狼队开始逐渐凝聚起来。
重庆狼队，恭喜重庆狼队3比2。
随便拉扯，你赢了才能拉扯的，杨一博也能拉扯。我们一直不开啊，我说话开了好久。
在2年前就有羁绊的2个人，又一起经历了轮换。
主要小子跟我是老队友了，就是说的夸张一点，就是共同历经生死吧，就共同进退了，就真的。因为我竞争这个东西，其实我就是一直都挺有信心的嘛。人反正做一件事情，首先要相信自己会成功嘛。
这次轮换也唤醒了风萧过去的记忆。
因为他正在触发跟以前一样的记忆那种。
就是我有点太害怕像春季赛那种事情出现了，然后我又不是很想就是在替补，自己当时也有那个毛病，就是死一次之后感觉天塌了，然后又去想急着操作想打回来，然后又死了。
因为不想再次替补的恐惧，他越想证明自己，反而越容易扭曲变形。难能可贵的，他发现并敢于承认自己的弱点，能在疼痛中直面它，并亲手为自己找到出路。
我可能让他去2流以后，他晚上还来单独找我去问一问，就是哪些没打好，甚至的话就是他争夺半天的训练机会都是那种就是用尽全力的再去做。
在2队学到了原来可以不用就是想的那么多吧，让自己放松一点。你也会有很多事都不顺的时候，就有的时候要去接受它那种，让自己不那么急，就是也允许自己失误吧。
强大不是从不犯错，而是敢于把失误摊开修补。风萧在这次轮换中彻底调整好了自己的死亡焦虑和替补焦虑，他更加珍惜赛场给予的机会。
风萧还在拉扯，已经能翻滚撤出去，他一个人拖着进攻，一整个队在走。
同样珍惜赛场的，还有在狼队的健身房里可以经常看到的医生。
因为感觉自己当下也不小了，所以想呢，要想办法延长自己这些寿命。自己长大了，就是要赚钱啊，让自己的家人啊，或者自己以后就少吃一点苦，现在多努力一点。
在医生心里一直记得的画面，是小时候父亲开出租车，母亲靠着一台绞肉机维持他和妹妹的生活。
就一个菜市场，给别人就是绞肉机嘛，5毛钱、1块钱那种，慢慢赚。我2点半还没睡，他2点半就起床了，就是要去做豆腐、磨黄豆啊之类的。然后可能到第2天4、5点才能休息。
每次深夜来临的时候，母亲就在准备一个新的清晨，用一颗颗汗水去换来1分1毫的收获。
我就感觉很担心他身体。我感觉很怕，就是过几年那个身体很多病出来了，就是不管冬天还是那个夏天，都是那个每天那个点。哎，听到这个，其实我确实控制不住。可能1年4季都那样，哎，感觉只有进个决赛或者什么的，一般就很少有休息。他现在多辛苦一天，可能以后我们就能少累1天。
进到决赛，母亲就可以休息一下，来现场看比赛，这是一生一定要进决赛的期待。多在赛场上打1天，母亲的肩膀就能减轻1分压力。这是一生想要尽可能延长自己职业生涯的初衷。懂得感恩的孩子，总会背负上更多；经历过苦难的孩子，总想让自己快一些长大。
人总是要长大的，有答案呀，肯定是要长大的。
人总是要长大的，而重庆狼队每个人的成长都藏在细节里。准备休息的归期，听到队友仍在排位，转身回来继续加练，这是他主动打破舒适区的长大。
那种巅峰赛打手，其实能感觉到自己操作是下滑了的。有时候你手摸上去都不知道，就感觉这手不是自己的，基本就糟了。
归期一直打到2点半，其实我每天都看着吧。
面对22岁打野预言的紧迫，小胖不断为自己训练加码，这是他与时间赛跑中的长大。
因为打野不是都就是有这么一个玄学嘛，说21岁以后夺不了了，22岁以后夺不了冠了。对，今年21了，然后不知道状态能保持多久吧，就很珍惜每一场。
曾处于替补期的风萧和子焕，愈发体会到登场机会的珍贵，那是疼痛赋予他们的长大。
比较珍惜上赛场的机会嘛，比较重要吧。有机会展现自己，把过程做好，我觉得
就结果会自己来吧。努力的人还在努力的，就是他们这几个还是想要成绩的，就是他们每天都在打的。
迅速成长的重庆狼队，第2轮提前锁定 S 组。
重庆狼队，恭喜重庆狼队！
整支队伍更在 SK 的带领下，褪去往日疲惫与迷茫，重新凝聚起一股劲。他们不是在被动长大，而是在主动扎根。
SK 感觉声音附带那种感染力，他会去活跃气氛。
这赛季他还帮我就开导了我挺多的，其实。
比较正能量嘛，他会尽力去就是维护，就让团队整体的氛围是向上的。
我就很感谢他，在我很低谷的时候吧，也愿意选择相信我，让我来。他们内心上的修复和彼此之间建立足够的友谊和根基吧，慢慢的建立，再慢慢的让选手找归属感。
常规赛最后一轮，重庆狼队再度挺进胜者组。
杀来不及，我们恭喜重庆狼队！重庆狼队压进水晶3比0，恭喜重庆狼队！
这一路，他们在跌撞中学会坚持，在破碎中学会修补，在失败中变得强大。
来这里可能就是夺冠呀。
你能上吗？我们推下去，先别走呗。他如果推过来，我们就自己看；推不过来，我们就
冲啊，奔着夺冠去呗。
冠军就是最重要的。
可以反，可以反，要刷野控红了。
努力了这么久，那肯定是夺冠的时候啊。
目标我觉得肯定是冠军吧。
只要我们所有人都在努力，然后都把该打出来。
哪怕今天再次跌倒，这次重庆狼队一定不会停在这里。被一次次捶打过后的他们，会继续向前，为了家人，为了团队，一点点拼凑起理想中的自己。他们重新捡起必定要拿冠军的信念，也开始重新相信自己在靠近冠军了。那么此刻，在通往最终渴望的旅途，就不会是一次告别，是成长中的一次蓄力停留，而终点只为加冕。
What a
欢迎来到赛后采
documentary
访，
that
我
we
是殷
just
凯，
saw.
今天邀请到的是
Well,
医
right
生
now
和
we
SK
will
来到
have
大
an
洲。
interview
大家好，陈
between these players.
大家好，我是重庆狼队教练 SK。
欢迎两位。其实今天的遗憾止步，能感觉得到大家在同一个问题上犯错误犯的比较多，两位甚至刚才都还在复盘关于这个分代的问题。今天怎么会遇到这样的情况呢？频繁出现。
今天可能状态没有前几天那么好吧，因为今天出事那几波，可能大家都知道，都各自沟通好了，就还是出事了。
这个是在临场的时候，其实很难控制的东西，对吗？
也不是吧，因为我们提前商量好了，就是沟通好了的，可能就是还是出事了吧。
哦，在教练视角里看到这样的画面是什么样的心情？
就是微博准备比较充分吧，就是出手比较快，然后我们在调整状态速度慢了一点。
其实两队的一些数据有很明显的针对性，你们是这个场均击杀数最多的队伍，他们是死亡数最少的队伍。但是你能感觉到今天对手的状态是否超乎你的预料呢？
确实是超出预期了，就是他们在拼命和就是属于打架这一块的话，做到了必死的决心。
尤其是子墨，是否说给到大家或者团队上带来比较大的压力？在你的视角里？
在我的视角里，就当时我给我的选手灌输就是不要怂嘛，就是想办法去突破他们的勇敢的那一面嘛，就把自己的气势打出来。
但是医生其实作为老选手，遇到困境的时候也有很成熟的一些方法去解决问题。今天在场上是否还是遇到了无法突破的东西？
有一些吧。
具体能讲讲吗？是在哪些
就
方面？
是我们掉点那几波吧。
是在情绪上难以处理，还是说后续的反应会随之变慢啊？
有点接受不了吧，因为都是大家都知道的，可能就是我们可能状态就是没那么好，然后就掉点了。
就可能想的偏多了。
对，我们沟通好了。
想的偏多了，反而包袱越重了。那我想知道是，今天其实大家在尤其是 BP 方面、前期节奏方面能看得出来，有非常多的战术准备，也打出了优势。这种对局输掉比赛，是不是更难在其中去调整自己的心态，更难平衡？
平衡吗？就是觉得非常可惜吧，因为就是感觉就差一步那种就赢了的人，然后被翻盘了吧。
但是今天在比赛的过程当中，也看到大家有很多的想法去处理、去改变比赛，包括看到这个怀真和钟馗的纠结选择，当时是怎么考虑的呀？
当时嘛，当时可能就觉得，比较好发挥吧，然后就选了。
教练这边给到的建议是？
哦，其实的话就是我感觉输了比赛没什么，就是把自己的问题改一改。其实说实话，我们这个团队刚来也没有多久嘛，
是
就是其实也不需要气势这么低迷，因为对我们来说，我们后续的比赛对我们才是真正的考验。
哎呦，
其实我也相信这帮选手，
是
啊，我也相信我们的教练组。
哎，我觉得其实 SK 教练带队的能力其实得到了肯定。我们在视频里面看到非常多，已经从上个赛季大家的气质消沉，来到这个赛季好像状态完全不一样了。能医生跟大家聊聊说你们做了哪些方面的努力吗？这个赛季？
这赛季吧，那个凝聚力比上赛季强了，然后氛围可能也比上赛季更好了。
哦。
然后大家都挺想赢的。
哦，对于 K 教来讲呢，是比想象中要难吧？有多难？
他们比我带的所有队员的话，可能更活泼吧，沟通能力更强，然后他们都没有每个人的想法。
那本赛季你们本来的要求是什么呢？大家在为了这个要求，其实哪个地方是可能努力最多的？
我们狼队的要求一直都是夺冠
啊，
但是我们没有做到，但是我们后续可以做到。
是，医生呢？你感觉到呢？你感觉刚才大脑在想？
没听清。
我说本赛季你们本身的这个目标是什么样的？为了这个目标做了哪些你觉得最大的努力和改变？
目标的话就是冠军吧，然后就是一直在自己的缺点上，然后查漏补缺，然后一直调整，
一起去调整。但是其实刚才在私底下我看到教练一直在聊说后面的事情，一直着眼于之后的比赛，对吗？能讲讲你的想法吗？
我的想法其实就很简单，其实一个队伍士气最重要，其实每个人的进步最重要。只要我们互相相信，把问题改正了，然后我们教练组做好我们教练组的，队员做好队员的，我们就配站在最后的舞台。
虽然今天遗憾失利，但是还是充满信心，期待在后续的比赛当中真的能够看到你们的每一步的突破，继续加油！感谢两位的分享，把时间交给评论席。
That was a very emotional session coming in from the side of Wolves Esports here. And to really translate a few things that were really mentioned from that interview session here. So the interviewer did ask, why did this happen today? So from the player one, the roamer from the side of Wolves Esports here, he mentioned he felt that Wolves Esports was not on form today. They communicated this during the resting stage, but to no avail. In terms of getting back on form and recovering from their losses, they felt like Weibo Gaming. They were more decisive in terms of team fights. They were more decisive in terms of the mentality game. They came in more prepared in terms of what SK coach says. And moving on to different other questions, he did mention as well, one, right now, you are a very mature player already. Do you have any issues that you face in this tournament? The Roma player then replied, yes, I think we died on very bad timings, faltering at times, making very bad mistakes here, and they start going into this downward spiral that really affected their mentality as a team for Wolves Esports. And you know, when it comes to like recovering your mentality, the interviewer did ask, how does it affect you? How do you do it? One did mention, it is difficult. It is a high-stake tournament. It affects everyone mentally wise, so it is a difficult thing here. And I think at the last game, we did see Huizhen and Quay shown during the final draft for the roamer here. So the interviewer did ask, what made the decision of going to Huizhen instead of the Quay here? Well, the roamer did mention, well, he thought Huizhen would have been better here, and the coach added on, what mattered is that we grew with the decision that we made together, and the future is what we are aiming for. To close off the final question asked by the interviewer, SK, the coach, they said the expectations coming in for this season, they wanted to go for the champion here, the champion of the summer season here. But unfortunately, Wolves Esports didn't do as the expectations of themselves and the fans, but that will not stop them going on for the upcoming season, which will be the fall season here. And the roamer, to close off the entire interview, he said as well, he wants to aim for the champion and he will do whatever it takes to fix himself for the future seasons, as if everyone improves, it will lead to the full team's improvement rather than themselves. And that was the entire winning interview.
Okay, so winning interview, we will take a look at the winning team and we will have it right now.
是老林和子墨来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京微博子墨。
大家好，我是北京微博的主教练林。
好，欢迎两位。其实刚才有在看到林教有认真刚才看狼队的纪录片，是什么样的感想呢？看完之后，因为也是你曾经带过的队伍哈。
就每次感觉还是有点五味杂陈吧，实话是这样，因为有的对，然后就如果交手的话，其实就是我们想的就是我们想做赢的那一个，但
没有人想做输的，对，
同时也不想让他们输，所以就很纠结，
你这个矛盾论上来了啊。很纠结，但是我知道老林是个情感很细腻、很丰富的人。今天你们在看到 Diss 打得好的时候，你的状态表现的也很轻松。先评价自己队伍今天的状态吧，意料之内吗？
意料之中吧，我觉得我的小老弟们太给力了对。
然后我们其实关注点就在子墨身上，我觉得今天子墨的状态格外的好，霸气侧漏，经常一个人追着一群人砍啊。聊聊自己今天的发挥呗。
就是正常发挥吧，但是还是很多失误。
你有没有可能，就是因为我们看交手历史上最近几次都赢了狼，一打狼就会来劲吗？什么？我说一打狼队就会来劲吗？因为最近胜他们胜的很多。
就是帮一下老林吧。
帮一下老林，什么叫帮老林？老林赢老东家赢的蛮多的。
就
真有说法打老东家。
对，是那个，我觉得站在这个折叠的视角，能够帮我拿下老东家，还是很感谢他。
是，其实打老东家的时候情感特别复杂，是吧？对你来讲？
对，因为确实是一个感性的人嘛，然后有的时候觉得，对，其实那个叫什么，分开，不是遗憾的开始，有的时候从相遇那一刻就是遗憾的开始。
哎呀，你听听，这已经变化非常大了。他经常在队里面这么跟你们聊天吗？听说他特别喜欢找大家聊天。
就是很爱聊天。
很爱聊天一个人，聊这些东西有用吗？对你来讲，你听下来。
挺有用吧。
挺有用。谁最受用？老林现在这一套，因为他是个很有技巧的教练，我知道。
就是教大家一些心态之类的东西。
那我们知道你们其实，在心态方面应该调整得很好，而且赛场上能展现出来。
其实都是大家在教我，我不骗你，真的。实话。
我真信，好吧？你这么说我就这么信。关键是你看大家的这个团战配合特别好，你们其实这个阵容不到2个赛季吧，失误率非常低，配合紧凑，怎么评价大家的这个拧合速度？怎么会把它捏合的这么严丝合缝啊，教练？
就首先大家的这个目标非常明确吧，然后觉得这个也遇到了一个非常专业的团队，然后大家都能帮助到我吧。
还是肯定给到了团队。我们知道今天开局打得就很漂亮，咔咔2局连胜，然后看到在下面有一个很孤独的镜头，大家好像是在后面休息嘛。奶茶教练给到了锐评，说林教练已经开始准备孤独了。您当时在想什么？就是2局打完之后，大家好像不在这个区域里，好像回去休息了。您一个人坐在那儿，若有所思。是准备孤独，想好怎么发表夺冠感言了已经。
还好我自己真没意识到，因为对我们一直就坐在那里，可能今天坐的比较空。
那我们就说，因为奶茶很关注这几场比赛，对吧？给你们了一些评分，他是这么评的，他觉得这个微博他要打个100分，狼队他打个120。但是你们今天拿下了，怎么看待他这个评分？
那这感谢我的小老弟们。
发力了是吧？但是你要知道，他把 AG 给了一个90分，怎么看待他这一手
？AG 130分，真的130分。
经典教练呼奶啊！但是到了这个赛点局，看到您的这个动作更加的妖娆了嘴角实在是按不住了。那个时候在想什么呢？有跟大家聊一些，因为一直来到赛点局了，就差1局要赢比赛的时候。
就差1局比赛的时候。
对。
就3比1赢了，然后很开心。
就很开心。大家会在这个比赛里面有那种打得比较顺，心理暗示觉得就特别好赢的那种感受吗？
也没有吧，就是正常当第一把打。
每天都当第一把打。我2年前问子墨也就是这么说的，保持初心，始终如一。我想知道是因为本赛季其实决赛很有缘尤其跟老林，因为他也在杭州。我们知道的是23春，老林是带着狼击败了微博在杭州夺冠了。所以你今天这场比赛赢了狼队，会更有感触吗？包括展望到未来，如果明天半决赛再赢，对吧？
那还是我觉得明天拿下吧，对吧？
这种感想再想想。
我跟兄弟们再去杭州再聚首。
好，到时候再说。那关键你要讲就讲到明天了，因为大家要背靠背打，对不对？还是蛮辛苦的。那23下决 是带着狼打 TTG 啊，明天的对手就是 TTG， 怎么说这个对手？两位，
还是帮老林弥补一下23下的遗憾。
怎么说老林乐开花了？
对，提前谢谢老弟，遗憾有点多，大家慢慢打好吧，遗憾有点多。
好，也期待明天大家调整状态啊，带给我们一个更加精彩的状态和表现。感谢两位，再次恭喜，我们把掌声送给他们好吗？今天表现真的非常非常出色。好了，我们把时间交给评论席。
Well, that was the winners interview coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming here, Ken. So, to break it down what really happened here, first question from the interviewer did ask that, hey, what happened today? So Lin was like, hey, how do you feel watching the Wolves documentary? Because they were once under your guidance as well, correct? Lin was once the coach of Wolves Esports here. He mentioned it's a mix of feelings here, but I felt the need to bring my team to a total victory here. Was the expectations today expected by the coach? He said, yup, this is what they expected because they came here for a dominating victory. And the kids, referring to the players, played exceptionally well here. To conclude the entire interview here, the coach just gave a lot of props to the players of the side of Weibo Gaming here. They felt like this bunch of players has what it takes to challenge TTG and to meet all the fans at Hangzhou to recover the loss of Coach Lin in 2023 Springs Finals.
That's true, and of course the stats don't lie as well. A beautiful game, right? And there were certain win conditions coming in from the side of Wolves Esports that really made it a bit difficult. I fully agree with the Huaizhen pick as well. I think it would have been disastrous if the goal lead was actually in the hands of Wolves Esports instead. But of course, one of the important things during the interview was they were actually asked if there was a momentum going into this series and whether they were playing off of the momentum on the side of Weibo Gaming. And the response was, no, there is no momentum. We take it one game at a time. And I think this approach into a best of 7 series is something that has brought them quite a bit of success. But successful today, we have to see if they're gonna continue on this run tomorrow, because tomorrow they are going up against one of the hot favorites as well, Talent Gaming in the form of TTG. We've already seen them in KWC, this time we're gonna see them in KPL.
And they are one of the rare teams, one of the few teams that can push AG towards their maximum potential here. But unfortunately, they have lost to AG just yesterday with a 2-4 scoreline here. So they will be the first addition towards the lower bracket finals. Joining them will be our victors of today, Weibo Gaming here. So they will play a best of 7 to determine who faces AG in that grand final spot.
An MVP, we'll see Zimo. This guy has to be the MVP, man. His Guan Yu was just on a completely different level. Now, for those of you that don't understand Chinese, it says 还有谁, which is who else is left, right? So who's next? And this guy in the interview, he was touted by the host that he was chasing into 1v many-man situations as a Guan Yu, which is very rare.
Yeah, it's very rare, and he was finding all these key flank angles. And just look at all these setups here coming in from this Guan Yu here. He's lurking from the back line here. He's looking to single-handedly isolate any potential players here coming from the side of Wolves Esports. Just look at him, single-handedly destroying the hopes of Xiao on this girl, yeah.
True, and he also plays them in a lot of difficult situations with the synergy with Mengxi as well, right? The multiple man catch into a think inside the box, 3 members at one shot if I'm not wrong. I think this was the one. And look, he had so much value. Yeah, look at that catch. Beautiful. And to tell me that no, this is not based off momentum, this is we take game by game, it's insane.
Well, they did really say that they take every game as it is game number 1. So props to them for having such a strong mentality coming into this series here. But my oh my, Zimo and Mengxi in this series was just exceptionally beautiful to watch of their execution and of their gameplay.
Exactly, and in many situations like these, it had to be Zimo, because if he wasn't the one dealing the damage, then one would have maximum value extracted, because his ultimate on the Huaizhen would have changed the whole fight altogether. So they really needed Zimo to step up on the side of Weibo Gaming, and step up he did.
Indeed, he did set up, but I really have the prize Zemo in this series because we really need to find out what really made this man so strong.
这时候其实
喂，脑子还清醒吧？
清醒。哎，快点加油，兄弟！我们不用朝一边进，冒长了。我这边一面，看老虎这边，老虎这边。秒了，慢慢打，有人打过去，踩不到，慢慢打过去，留人，来看我，好地，双向推扯，没有把拉走，泡了一个，看，杀开，先高一把兄弟，还可以，我下龙，下龙别过来，下龙别过来，开快，我走，打过去，搞个有点，躲开，没想，凯被我回手了，慢的，对啊，定住了，对那个3摇一输出。慢慢打，抓住你输出，应该一波了，杀猫，一波了，nice，有点紧，最后一把感觉打的不是，没事，我的，慢打，我这小刚这个还真敢，没事，吸收经验，我的吸收经验就行了，啊，最后一把操作老经验，翻他一马，老孟我俩顶他，你们中路一波，去一波，老孟中路顶他，去一波，点他一马，点他一波，nice。
Even towards the final end there, you can see them discussing like, man, I didn't play well this game. So like, wow, even like it's towards the doors of the game ending push, then they were like, man, I didn't play well. Then the other players was like, it's okay, we take experience in this. And you know, then only after they destroyed the crystal, then that's where they celebrate here. So you can see, they are hungry and they are looking to tumble all these giants.
True. I like the fact that they reset their emotions and remain calm and composed in the middle of the battle, right? I think that's very important. And I think that might be a difference maker going up against Talent Gaming tomorrow, because when you're fighting against giants, I think there will be moments where you make a mistake. That is a guarantee, right? It's rare to have an absolute perfect game in a full best of 7 series. And nonetheless, I think with this new mindset that they have brought on the side of Weibo Gaming, we might be in for a banger of a series tomorrow in the best of 7.
Oh yeah, I think whoever like comes after this upcoming series, Wolves is no small shot. Wolves is exceptionally strong as well. But moving forward to the lower bracket finals, moving forward to the eventual grand finals that we have, there is no easy target. There is no soft eggshell here. Every step you take is just gonna get harder and harder.
And I think the one thing I really enjoy is the fact that they don't really talk about taking the championship on the win. It's more of like, okay, we're gonna take exactly every game as our only game of the day, and they proceed with that mindset, and they're only looking to fix the past mistakes within that game. And so far, it really puts them in a state of mind where everything is clean, everything is calculated, and I like this new version of Weibo Gaming.
I like it as well. So clean, so well done. So for Weibo Gaming, I think to be able to make it this far, Coach Lin definitely plays a pivotal role in formulating the required mentality, formulating such good drafts, and allowing the players to play it to a maximum potential.
Yeah, they have done their best, and we are going to see you tomorrow as well. It has been fun today. A lot of games in the series did not go to full 7, but once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, kin, dofu. And joining me today, Sagi, any last words from you?
Well, hope you guys enjoyed the first KPL English summer season, but we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
feels alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. sweat and tears.